had to check to make sure my mic was on. That's something me, professional streamer, does quite often. Doesn't have my mic on. But today I had it, which bodes well. Welcome to the Normal America Show, host Rob Noerr. Hope you guys are doing fine tonight. I'm having a great day. Above what I expected. How's that sound? And I expected to have a good day. It's been a tremendous day. The weather's not the greatest here right now. We range from super hot to Neil the Seal. I forget all about that. We range from super hot to downpour and like flood warnings. Today was a very good day for me. So I am now basically a full-time host of the Extravaganza over on the Crucible's Rumble channel. And I was a little bummed out. So there were two things going against me today. It's very exciting because it was supposed to be a T-ball game for my son. Thing one going against me was hosting the Extravaganza. Thing two going against me was it looked like there was going to be a rain out. And they're just, little guys at this point. My son's 5, so I think the league's from like 4 to 6. So they're not going to have him out there in the rain. They'll just reschedule, if it's a little drizzle's one thing. So, but what the fates conspired to put me in a position where I got to go see my son play T-ball. The rain held off until quite literally the immediate end of the game. And the great Ryan Mullally filled in for me on the Extravaganza today because him and Andrew were covering the Tyler Robinson trial all day. So worked out fine for me. I sped in there in my little Suzuki, met my wife and my son there, and actually got to watch the entire game. And then, even better than that, my son got the game ball. How about that? Now, truth be told, I think the team has 8 players, and there's like 8 games. So I think everybody gets a game ball one of the games. My son did very good today, and I was very proud of him. He looked like he had a lot of fun. And so it was a great time. Much better than I expected. I did not think I was going to get to see him play. I got to tell you, it's a weird thing because, my son's 5. I don't want to pressure him into sports that he's not into. But I hope that he gets into baseball or maybe basketball or golf, or maybe band or something. But I love watching my son doing things where he's having fun. Maybe soccer he'll get into. And so last year, T-ball, we kind of decided we were going to try it out because one big fear we have with him not having any siblings, we want him to get a lot of interactions with other kids around his age. Now, this year he went to preschool, but it started with T-ball. That was sort of his first, other than cousins and stuff, his first interactions with kids around his age. And, at first it was, it is. T-ball is sort of boring at that age when you're in the field. Batting and running the bases are fun, but you know how it is. Everybody's just basically hitting it in the infield. So you just stand there. I get it. Once you get older, like if you're playing certain positions, then there's a good chance that the ball gets hit all over the field. So, he didn't have the most fun at the beginning of last year, but once he started to get to know his teammates, I think he had more fun. This year, he's having fun right from the get-go, and it really makes me proud. I'm very happy that he's having a good time, and it is one of the best things to go watch your son play a sport like that. I really enjoyed it. So my day was wonderful. Really, really good day. I hope you all had a good day as well. Of course, it's sort of, I don't know if you'd call it it's not a slow news day. It's a predictable news day, other than maybe the Graham Platner story, which we'll talk about. But, that was predictable, what was going to happen with that. The Tyler Robinson trial, I don't know. It's a subject I said yesterday I didn't plan on talking about, conspiracies that much. But I guess at this point, what are you going to do? So we're going to talk about it a little. I mean, that's what's on everyone's mind. It is the biggest story of the day. And now I didn't sit there and watch the trial all day, but I did watch significant parts of it. So I'll give my take on it and sort of just in general what's going on around it. And then I don't know if there's my wife really wants me to cover Neil the Seal. Do you guys know about Neil the Seal? We'll talk about some Neil the Seal today. I think he has his own TikTok page. That's the exciting stuff. Yeah, see, my wife's very excited. I didn't know about Neil the Seal until probably 3 hours ago. I think he's in Tanzania. Is a seal in Tanzania? So wait, we'll discuss. Yeah, apparently he is a menace. This guy's a menace. He's just taken over a town, and everybody just gets out of this seal's way. It's this like elephant seal, and it's just running this small town to the point where the police had to assign people to basically just follow this damn seal around to redirect traffic because it'll decide it wants to sleep in the middle of the road. Pretty funny, but oh yeah, that's why I needed a big drink of water. That was nice. Mitch McConnell. Everybody talking about Mitch. I mean, where are we really different than we were the last time I talked about him? But we could talk about Mitch McConnell as well. And then if I get bored, maybe I'll yell at someone and we'll bring up a caller. Hopefully someone that disagrees with me. Wouldn't that be nice? What is today? The 6th. But whatever you guys want to talk about, I'm fine with tonight. I really am. I wanted to make you think that the computer froze. It didn't. It was just me being still. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. What's up, Rumble? I forgot to bring. I like to pop out the Rumble chat. Now, I've been told that some friends of mine are working on an app that will combine the Rumble chat with the rest of my chat and even possibly combine the Rumble Super Chat goal with the goal that you see up there up top. I have to talk to that person and see what it'll take to get that running. But I think that'll be good. And then I also am soon to start my own TikTok invasions. So what I needed for that was I needed another phone. TikTok's very weird. To run TikTok on a PC, you have to jump through a lot of hoops. So it's easier to run through a phone. So I did that. I got a phone. I'm just waiting on, I need a nice lapel mic. And then what that'll let me do is basically utilize 2 mics at once, which I'll need. Don't say it's Mr. E. Everybody giving Mr. E loads of shit today. Who's this Ryan Mullally guy? Now, I like Ryan, don't get me wrong. But he comes in on Andrew's stream and he's like giving Mr. E shit, just like Andrew does. I'm sorry, I'm Team Mr. E. Who are these pissants, Ryan Mullally and Andrew Wilson? Pishwa. The real star of the show's Mr. E. That's how I feel. Now, maybe you can't do basic volume, but other than that, they'll tell me to take off my hat. Look, I got permission from my wife. I think I'm going with some point this week. I think I'm going to get all of this taken off, the whole shebang. And just keep from like right here down. I don't know. What do you think? Is it time? I like the little stragglers up there. But it's clear to see within the next 5 years, I'm either going to have to go completely bald or I'm going to have the Danny DeVito, where it's just going to be the horseshoe. How about the skullet? I think I could still grow it long on the sides and the back. I could grow the skullet. I don't know. I have a nice shaped head. Thank you. I have this. Look at this pimple. Where did this thing come from? This pimple looks 42 years old. Look at that damn thing. Like some fucking pubescent teenager. Fucking pimple right in the center of my forehead. Man, if someone was boxing me, they would aim for that. It's no good. It's no good. Get a beanie? Yeah. Go with the skullet? Yeah. Got the Homer Simpson look. Yeah, I kind of do, don't I? I'll be honest. I started wearing the hat because of the balding, but kind of not. I always kind of liked wearing a hat, even when I had longer hair. But here's the problem. I usually didn't wear my hair long. I wore it like of a medium length. And what would happen is right around the ears here, if I'd put a hat on it, like curl up. And I hated that. So I was like, I'm not going to wear a hat. So part of now wearing a hat is I don't have to worry about that. And I always kind of liked hats. But also part of it's because this is fucking ridiculous. I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm just gonna do the whole show like this. How do you like that? I'm literally hemorrhaging. I'm losing viewers like hair follicles right now. You know, goofy looking dude. That's fair. I've always known I'm not the most attractive guy. That's all right. It didn't bother me. Put the hat back on. See, Shaprio, he couldn't do it. He can show your penis. Oh goodness, a Shaprio mention already. Oh, I gotta let me put my hat back on. Shaprio.
He harasses women in messages, has a weird infatuation with men's organs. He's a syndicated radio host, and it's all about respect. He's Brian Shaprio.
I missed the picture. Where the hell is it? I don't know. Where's my Shaprio picture? Did it get deleted? Well, it's a real shame. Oh, there it is. Hey, better late than never. My goodness. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll get a haircut tomorrow. Who knows? The Jews stole my hair. Those sons. Oh, my goodness. I'm so over them. Jews. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. Finally. Oh, man. All right, let's start with some super chats. You generous donos. Thank you so much. And then we'll hop into some Mitch McConnell discourse. Then we'll go with the Candace Owens, Tyler Robinson, just a general milieu of that. Who knows? Maybe we'll have a Candace fan that'll want to call in. I would be down. Then we'll jump right into Neil the Seal and Graham Platner. But super chats first. Balder Asregard gives me 50 somethings. Thank you so much for the somethings. Really appreciate it, man. Pix Paradox, $10. Thank you. Says the most patriotic thing to do is release the Dino Gate files. Remember 613. My lawyers have advised me to politely move on from these conversations. Jerry's Bear, $2 as Mr. E pulls his pants to his ankles. Piss. Leave Mr. E alone. My goodness. Mr. B, who in many ways is superior to Mr. E, maybe, says, it's a ruse, people. He's wearing a bald cap. Yeah. Bald cap. And I was like, completely bald is too obvious. I'll sprinkle a little hair on my bald cap. Mr. B, another 10, says, what would it take for you to go completely shaved head with a Raleigh fingers mustache? Not how much you want to send me. What if I did it without the Raleigh fingers mustache? You probably just joined because I said I'm going to shave my head this week. So I don't know that I could do. My mustache doesn't grow out very much. It gets thicker and grows down this way. So I don't know how much length I would ever get this way. Maybe if I just kept intentionally shaving the center and letting it go. I got to be honest, though. I find the dudes with the wax mustaches a bit pretentious. If I'm honest, I like the old, like, fucking Don Fry mustache. Just a man's mustache. No wax, just a man. No beard, no sideburns, just fucking man stash. That I like. But I think my wife would not go for that. So, nah, I'd see. What kind of bullshit, like, feminine shit is that? You gotta keep grooming your mustache. Any fucking hairstyle that takes you more than like 2 minutes to get ready for the day is bullshit. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is what it is. A little shaven, fine. But yeah, I'm not fucking grooming a mustache into something. No, not happening. Now I am gonna shave my head bald, I think, but Truth Revolt TV, $10 says, now you're part of the Turning Point USA cabal. You could use their secret doctors to get a transplant. But make sure they don't put long curls on the front of your head, if you know what I mean. And I think you do. Well, maybe I'll just get a different hat, Jabroni Big Time, member for 8 months, says, Mr. E eats corn on the cob the long way. Oh, no. Oh, my man Thomas Kennedy, $20 says, whatever, I'm going to win it back this weekend anyways. I will in real life. My Thomas Kennedy right here. This was one of my best debate partners I ever had in college. Good friend of mine in college. And I will not be streaming this weekend because I'm actually going out to meet Tom. And we're going to have a lot of fun. Amongst other things, I think we're going to a baseball game. So I'm very excited. We're also supposed to play some poker. And I'm on a scale of 1 being has no idea how to play the game of poker and 10 being like Phil Ivey. I'm like a 4. Like I know how to play, but I'm not very strategic. I'm just kind of like, so I'll probably not do well, but that's okay. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very much looking forward to this weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. I haven't seen Tom in a while, so I'm very pumped for it. Poker's great. I think we're going to play like dealer's choice. So there could be some Hold'em, or we used to play a lot of like, what's it called where you get like 2 cards down and then everybody gets 3 cards up and then a card down? Is that 7 card stud? Is that what that's called? I guess that I just described 6 cards. So it'd be 2 down, 3 up, 2 down. Watch soccer? I don't watch it. I'll just brag if we win. Like I had some part in it. All right, Mitch McConnell stuff. Let's start with that. It's the least interesting. Oh, Beekster, thanks so much. Over in Rumble says, $10. What if you shaved your head and wore a Charlie Chaplin mustache? That mustache, I do believe, is out of style. I don't know what happened. Chaplin was a handsome-looking fellow. I don't know why that mustache. Who knows what happened? But, all right. Mitch McConnell, I'm hearing rumors that he's dead. Actually, the rumor I heard was that he's basically brain dead. So I saw one of the first things people said is the Republican Party covering up Mitch McConnell's death or brain death like the Democrats covered up Joe Biden's dementia, to which my answer is no, because the Republican Party was covering up Mitch McConnell's dementia for years. They were already doing what the Democrats had done for Joe Biden. And I called it out for years on this show. I said, if this was a Democrat that was in the condition of Joe Biden, and he was basically being shielded from the press and just continued to prop up, we would be pissed. And so I'm pissed. The reason the Democrats aren't raising a big stink is because McConnell's largely antagonistic to Trump. So they're okay with it. I don't have much more to say about McConnell than I didn't say the other day. But in case you missed it, I guess I'll, in general, repeat. There's sort of 3 areas to look at this from. The first is just the absurdity of how we have these, like, almost like our elected leaders are largely figureheads. And they're getting older and older. And it's just a bunch of staffers running shit. And in general, it's not sustainable. You know, I was watching a post the other day about the age of our founding fathers at the signing of the Declaration. And they're like 20s, 30s, you know, some of them in their like 19. And now it's like everyone that's running our country is like late 70s, 80s. It's absurd. And we have to be honest about the mental decline that happened. Now, not everyone. There's 85-year-olds that are sharp as a tack. There are. I've seen them. I've met them. So I'm not saying that there needs to be an age limit, but there definitely needs to be more scrutiny once you get to a certain age and you're showing obvious signs of dementia or slowing down, etc. And Mitch McConnell, I mean, my goodness, there's been times he's just frozen up on campus. He's falling. It's despicable. His family ought to be ashamed. It's disgusting. His staffers ought to be ashamed. His colleagues ought to be ashamed, but they're probably not. The just, holding on to be angry at Donald Trump. It's like some real Moby Dick type shit going on there, right? So that's the second thing. But the third thing is, listen, there were things about McConnell I liked in his career. There were things I disliked. He certainly, I don't put him anywhere near my list of least likable people that have been in politics. But even if he was, I always try to remind myself this. It's one part of I talk about it all the time. We need to harden our hearts. But death is final to an extent, depending on what your religion is. I always try to remember that there are loved ones to everyone, pretty much. And so you can't help but feel bad. Mitch McConnell probably has grandchildren or great-grandchildren and other people in his family that are probably pretty devastated. And that sucks. It really does. So, I feel bad for that. I do. But it comes for us all, I guess. So, his office is being utilized by people that want to keep that vote going. He wasn't running for re-election in the Senate anyways, so the seat will be up. But Jack, your liver loves you, so you got that going for you. There are reports he's dead. There's also reports he's just brain dead, but there's not been any official statement. His communist wife fled and met with the CCP. So she fled the country. She's now hiding out in China. I don't believe that. She may have visited China. I don't think she's like fleeing the United States and is going to move to China. I don't. USA got crushed in the soccer game? Did that happen? Or just with Mitch McConnell? Well, enabling, it's one thing. I don't necessarily feel bad for those people. But there's certainly people in the family that probably had no part of that enabling, would be my guess. Just a hunch. I don't know. America lost 1-3. They're out of the cup. Oh, boy. Well, I guess we could go back to just dominating the world in every other aspect. Jefferson, $2 says McConnell's probably just mildly deterred now. So that's it. I don't have much on McConnell. Let's jump into more controversial stuff. We lost 4-1. Should have called me up. I could have done better than that. How hard is it to kick a fucking ball? Is there a position that you don't have to move that much? I think I'd be good at that. Just kicking the ball and, Yeah, I feel part of the team, Bri. Why not? I'm as much of a U.S. soccer player as biological men are women, and we count that. So, I don't know. Goalie sounds like a lot of work in its own right. Is there a guy that has to write down which players are in the field. I could do that. Well, there's a song about that. I used to listen to this band called Adam and His Pack. Not really a band, just a guy, Adam. What do you do if you weigh 1,500 pounds? You play goalie. Yeah. There you go. Look it up. Adam and His Package. He has a song about it from the 90s. Assistant coach? Yeah, there you go. Remember when everyone was into that show with, what was it called? Ted Lasso? My friends were all into that. They're like, you gotta watch Ted Lasso. I never did. I don't know. Maybe he was a coach. I don't know. Yeah, I also played soccer until I was old enough to play football. I actually enjoyed it. I think I played left wing. I was a much smaller guy back then, though. I was like 7. Uh, righty. Let's talk about the Tyler Robinson trial and all of the fallout from that. So today was just a preliminary hearing. Now I watched some of it. My understanding, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on this. The purpose of the preliminary hearing is like just to see if there's enough evidence to proceed with the trial and which evidence the judge will be looking at to make that determination. I was left wing, truthful. $5. I didn't even think of that. Yes, I was left wing. At one point, I was a left winger. So what can you say? So this isn't like the jury's not seated or anything like this. I think clearly there will be enough evidence to proceed with the trial. There was a lot of performative of the defense attorney making some objections. Those objections were never designed to win. Like, for example, there were a bunch of objections of hearsay. Hearsay is like something that you would say that a person said that you're using to establish truth, but that person's not there to verify what they said it. So if I was in front of trial, or, if I was in court right now and I said, Truth Revolt TV told me that Imaginarium's is a real scoundrel. He's a bank robber. They'd be like, that's hearsay because Truth Revolt's not here to ask him. But there's times that hearsay is allowed. One of those times is in these preliminary hearings. Now, evidence that's hearsay may be allowed in a preliminary hearing, and a judge might say, that's sufficient to get me to say, okay, there's enough probable cause here to go ahead and proceed with charges or with a court case. But then that evidence may later not be allowed as hearsay in front of a jury. It may be allowed, but not necessarily. So that's in general what was happening today. And to be honest, I think it's a foregone conclusion that this is going to make it to trial. Nothing seemed to occur that was earth-shattering that you'd be like, oh my goodness, the case just fell apart. And the judge is going to be like, I don't even think there's probable cause to have a trial. I don't think there's anything like that. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I watched all 8 hours of it, but in the couple hours that I watched, doesn't seem like that's much of an issue, right? But there's still interesting stuff, in large part because of so much of what we've been hearing from the people that are, I hate to use the word conspiracy theorist, because I'm shitting on myself as well. I too am a conspiracy theorist on some issues. So how about this? The people that are highly skeptical of the official story. How's that? Because a lot of the prominent people that have been out there saying the official story is correct have made some theories themselves. And I think some of it, both directly and implicitly, was damaged today. Yeah, that's true. They decided that they're not showing any of the evidence, the pictures of the evidence or the videos. That's true. Yeah, that's absolutely true, Tram. So the two things that I think that the skeptical people will pick up on for today was the one officer said when he got to the roof where the alleged sniper's roost was, that his body camera went out. That's number one. Okay. And the other is that they found a holster. And then he realized when he saw the holster that it probably wasn't a handgun that was the murder weapon. What he heard sounded like a rifle. So, a couple things to say. I don't think that either of those two facts. Let me start. Let me backtrack for a second. Oftentimes, even in a cut and dry case, things could come up that seem odd standing alone. Let me give you an example. I'm a big fan of the show Forensic Files. Now, Forensic Files used to be on, like, I don't know what it was called, like Headline News or whatever. But it's your classic, like, South Park made fun of these types of shows. Forensic Files specialized in, like, it would do some sort of case. It was almost always a murder case or a kidnapping, right? And then it would tell you sort of the science behind how they solved it. That was the theory. So maybe it'd be fingerprint technology, or, sometimes it would be like camera technology or blood testing, DNA, etc. Hence the name Forensic Files. I think it was that show. If not, it was another one like this. And it was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. What it was there was a murder and a body was dropped off. I think it was Nevada or New Mexico. It was one of the states with a desert, because they found this body in the middle of the desert. But it was, even though it was like in the middle of nowhere, there was like a car tracks. Like it was a rough road. People had driven on it before. So they find this body how many days later? And within 10 yards of the body is a cell phone. Now, this is an honest to goodness story, right? So they tracked the cell phone like one of these old Nokias or some shit. And it's this dude. He's like an electrician or some shit. I can't remember his exact job. And so, like, all right, we got the prick. And they arrest him, or I don't know if they arrest him or they bring him in for questioning. And you want to know what happened? Turns out the guy wasn't connected to the murder at all. They later found out that it was like these people like took this person out and murdered him and then left. And then hours later, this dude's just driving through the desert like after work because he had a big fight with his wife. And so he pulls off into this little path and he's arguing with his wife and gets pissed off and throws his phone out the window. And that, now, not in a million years would you would be like, what are the fucking chances? That's insanity. Can't happen. But it did. That's what happened. Now, me personally, even hearing that, I'm like, really? Are you sure that guy wasn't connected? That seems to be quite the chance. He threw his phone within 10 yards of a dead body, didn't recognize it. But that's what the police ended up going with. "21606 says, anyone believe the same FBI that tells you all the cameras failed as soon as Epstein was killing himself?" You're right. The FBI said the other day, too, that there was an uptick in burglaries in Las Vegas. They must be lying about that as well, right? After all, everything the FBI says must be a lie now, right? We don't believe anything they say, correct? So if the FBI says more like, looks like it might rain, in Pennsylvania, it's definitely not going to rain. I wouldn't trust the FBI. The problem with that sort of thinking is, well, it's not just the FBI. In order to believe this conspiracy theory, you would have to believe the security, Erica Kirk, Egypt, Israel, the state police, the town police, the campus police, the FBI. I think they're now saying Donald Trump, Trump's family, Erica Kirk, Turning Point USA. There would need to be about 15 to 16 organizations involved in this conspiracy, is what I believe. Now, I guess not really, because no one's, when you bring this up and you talk about, well, wait a minute, there seems to be a lot of problems with this, people just say, we're not saying anything, we're just asking questions. That's all. Yes, you could have a healthy distrust of the FBI, sure. I mean, the story sounds ridiculous that violent lefties would want to kill right-wing figures. We know that can't be true, right? We all know that. Crazy, tranny-loving lefties would never, right? They would never use violence. That couldn't happen. Let's dispense of that right out of the gate. The idea that some radical left-winger, no, right? Can we all agree with that? That's not possible. The idea of anybody in the left engaging in an act of violence, crazy. That's crazy talk. So when the FBI is trying to tell you that shit, for years they told us they couldn't do that. So when the FBI was telling us the left wasn't engaging in the violence, then we had to believe they were. But now that the FBI is saying that they can engage in violence, now we have to believe that they can't. Am I getting this right? Just curious. Did I get it right? Is it possible that the FBI is lying? Yes. Is it also possible that they convinced the law enforcement guys in the stand today to lie? Yes. Is it also possible that, what was it, Egyptian bees? Guys in bee outfits? Were they from Egypt or were they from Israel? That they were involved? Yes, that's possible. Is it possible that Netanyahu personally ordered the murder? Sure, that's possible. Is it possible that Erica Kirk was like an MK Ultra Mossad experiment that was brainwashed and implanted to pretend to love Charlie Kirk? I suppose all of those things are in the realm of possibility. Is it likely? No. I don't think so. Am I going to believe that just because the FBI says it was Tyler Robinson? Now I'm like, well, now I have to believe it was the bees and Netanyahu and MK Ultra Erica Kirk and Andrew Colvett. No, I'm not. It was a Mormon bee call. My mistake. Now, here's the thing. I think that all of us should be I no longer believe the FBI, even if it's ran by someone I voted for, at face value. I don't. Period. I just don't. So I'm not saying that it's like unreasonable to be like, wait a minute, I'm going to question official narratives. I think that's entirely reasonable. At this point, you'd be a fool not to. But the narrative, the alternative suggestions have to seem somewhat plausible. And listen, I'm just going to start from this, right? I talked about this several times, but I wanted to sort of avoid this because I thought that, like, look, I didn't have much to add to the space of the crazy, like, insane kick everyone out of the country with Jewish blood, like the person that called in my show. By the way, I saw this again today. Someone was like, what's Rachel Wilson's maiden name? Is she ethnically Jewish? Like Bleezer said there, hard to dispute Erica Kirk's parents' relationship with the government of Israel. Okay. What am I supposed to do with that information? Oh, well, I guess if I ever get murdered and someone's like, what about robnoerr's parents' connections with the local Moose Club? We should look into the Moose Club around the country. Did you know that Rob Noor's parents are members? Oh, just saying. Hard to dispute. Yep. Okay. Nice. Are we really to the point where we're like, anyone who has any family member that has any connections to the government of Israel whatsoever, anything that bad happens in any one of that family's life, we now blame Israel and say, well, it's hard to dispute. Actually, my dad worked for the Eagles. I used to work for the Eagles as well, but I was a member of the Moose as well. You should join Eagles and Moose clubs. They're a lot of fun. At least in my town, they were fun. You just basically go play shuffleboard and have some beers. It was good times. They do like raise money for Christmas baskets for kids and stuff. Nice. So I didn't directly shoehorn myself in. I had asked people like, what is the theory? I'd done a couple shows like that. Was like, I'm willing to hear it, and I tried to be very polite about it, and I still am. And I want to be clear about this. I am not going so far as to say anyone that questions the narrative is a shithead, is a lefty. I'm not saying that. Question away. How much money does the Moose Lodge spend lobbying the U.S. government every year? More than Israel, but less than Qatar. So, I just don't get it. Blazer, as a friend of mine from way back, I don't get the delusion. I just don't. When Nick Fuentes is coming out like, you people have lost your fucking mind, I don't get it. Like, Israel spends money, and this guy's been to Israel. Therefore, he murdered MLK. And that's why Trump lost the 2020 election, and they did Epstein too. And by the way, they bought the Super Bowl. And everything bad that's happened in my life is because that one guy went to Israel that one time. And that's, how else do you explain it? Compelling. Yes, yes. I just don't know. Just asking questions, please. I'm critical of any country that's spending money to influence our country. Israel's one of dozens. I think there's far more influence from places like China that have such an influence in our academic institutions, European Union that has such influence on our technology groups. But yeah, sure, criticize Israel too. Okay. But I don't see us saying, let's kick out anyone who's ethnically French or ethnically Chinese. But all of a sudden with Israel, it's like, they do everything. They must have murdered Charlie Kirk. What's your proof? Well, even though Kirk was reliably someone who was a fan of Israel, he seemed to be changing his opinion. So that clearly means if anything happened to him from stubbing his toe to a parking ticket to being murdered, clearly it was Israel. Makes sense. I don't know. But here we are. Anyways, back to the where my take on this. So I tried to listen to people like months ago. What's the theory? Well, these Egyptian planes. Okay. And what about them? We don't know. Isn't that odd? Okay. Sure. For the sake of argument, that's odd. And well, it's just odd. Okay. So so Erica Kirk did it with Israel. I'm not seeing the overlap. I don't see it. So go back, X-phobic, and watch your boy Nick Fuentes that says that low IQ people like you that think that Israel do everything means that he might as well join the tribe because they're so super powerful that there's nothing that we could ever do against them. Go do that, X-phobic. Go watch your boy Nick Fuentes and leave me alone. We get it. We know, X-phobic. We know. We know. We know.
Jews.
Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. So, anyways, I was willing to entertain sort of theories and whatever, but I'll be honest, then and now, I'm not really gung ho to jump in. I thought about it. It's content. Right? If I'm a pretty good debater, right? If I would have picked a side and heavily investigated either the official Tyler Robinson story is a lie or the Candace Owens people are full of shit, I'd probably have grown my channel. I touched on it, but that wasn't my real focus, especially on Charlie Kirk. Instead, I chose to try to honor Charlie Kirk by reminding people of the tragedy that became him and to not lose sight of that and to say prayers for him and his family. That's what I did every night. I'm not saying that I'm some hero or anything like that. That's just what I decided was my place and what I could do the most good. And I wanted to, in the spirit of Charlie Kirk, have a united front pushing back against violent lefties. That's what I was trying to do. Now, there comes a point where the people that are pushing conspiracy theories about the murder of Charlie Kirk are the single biggest impediment to that. Everyone's outraged. Look what the left's doing. Look how they're celebrating. Look how even New York Times is calling Charlie a fascist. And then it comes all these right-wingers that are like, no. It wasn't the left. It was Israel. It was Erica Kirk. It was Turning Point USA. Now we have left-wing groups that are like, yes, you're right. Take down Turning Point. Yep. Amazing. And so I'm not saying that everyone that's criticized. Look, I know Andrew did some research, and groups like Unfuck America allegedly were getting funded by Act Blue. I don't know if that's the case. I haven't done that research myself, but I saw Andrew was talking about it. I know Andrew's heavily invested in this narrative because he thinks, as I do, what's happening to Erica Kirk's a grave injustice. But I'm not going to jump in it both feet in the way Andrew is. I think there's other things to talk about. However, that today, I think that this is the biggest story in the country, and so it's worth talking about. And the first thing I'd say is, what if you're wrong? Now, let's reverse it and say, what if I'm wrong? What if it actually turns out that Erica Kirk was a Mossad plant and Turning Point USA helped plant her because they wanted to usurp Charlie and help Israel or get personally rich? Yeah, I guess then I'm a fucking asshole for being like, I don't see the evidence of that. But I don't know if that's true. Like, what's the end game? They're going to present some evidence that the entire country goes, that's it. Lock Erica up. Lock her up. Lock up Andrew Colvin. Lock them up. Does anyone really believe that's coming? I think the likelihood of that scenario playing out is exceedingly low. Like less than 0.00001%. The likelihood of Tyler Robinson being convicted and that he actually did kill Charlie Kirk is pretty fucking high. Now, could he have had help? Sure. Is it possible it wasn't him? It is. It's possible. But I think most people would agree that it's more reasonable that that story ends up being true than the alternative. And the question is, then what if you were wrong? Well, you were the greatest ally possible to destroying Charlie Kirk's legacy, his family, and his political movement. You took a moment in time that could have been unifying for the right to finally push back on the violent impulses of the left, and you deflected and made excuses. And for what? Personal wealth? Personal attention? Why am I saying the left killed Kirk when nothing's been proven yet in court? Okay, do you make any declarative statements that haven't been proven in court? Anything? Or you don't? You're one of those guys that say, I can only make up my mind once a court tells me. The evidence that we have right now paints the more likely scenario that Tyler Robinson killed him. We see the celebrations of the left. We see the excuse making of the left. Now, my guess is you were either A, a lefty who probably cheered on the death of Charlie Kirk, in which case you can go fuck yourself, or B, you're some right-wing delusion person that really wants to buy into these conspiracies because it makes you feel good inside, in which case you can go fuck yourself because you're one of the biggest allies of the left. In either case, I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. At all. Fuck off. I'll only believe it when a jury tells me. Then I could make up my mind. I never say anything until a jury speaks. Fuck you. You're a liar. That's my opinion. These are people that they see the galvanization. They saw. Remember I used to play this video? Like when Charlie died, this is the shit people were. I think I deleted this, and that's unfortunate. Let me see if I can find it. I'm not going to be able to find it, am I? It's a bummer, isn't it? I deleted some videos, and it's too bad I deleted the one I wanted to play right now. Let's see if I can find it. This is the type of stuff that was coming out. I had people messaging me. I went to church for the first time in like 10 years. Videos like this were coming out.
You know, I don't come from any kind of money, and I've never owned a suit before. My wife, she bought me this suit. Our anniversary's coming up, and we have a nice anniversary plan. You know, we make a little bit of money now, and I'm proud to say that because that's certainly not where either one of us comes from. And I feel good in this suit, man. And I just want my wife to know she made me feel good. It's a $300 suit. I ain't never had nothing like this before in my life. And I tell you what, okay, video flip here, so I'm gonna lose some of you. I didn't know Charlie Kirk, never met that guy before in my life. And something else that I've never done before in my life is believe in God. I'm gonna wear this suit to church. I'm gonna go to church. I'm going to try to be a better father, husband, and leader for my family. They deserve that. My phone fell down. I guess that's the devil trying to mess me up right now. I'm gonna try, y'all. Look at this suit. I look good, bro. My wife made me feel this way. Charlie's made me feel this way. Yeah. Message over.
Here, I'll put the link there. But that's the sort of stuff. Those were the stories. While the left was celebrating Charlie Kirk's death or saying that he didn't matter anyways, or that he was a fascist or a bigot or a racist, that was the sort of thing in the immediate aftermath that people were coalescing around. And people were saying they were going to church for the first time, and they were saying that they were tired of the violent left using violence and intimidation to silence people. And now that's gone. That moment's gone. Woof. Now it's, well, but the Jews killed Charlie. But Erica Kirk maybe killed Charlie. But Turning Point maybe killed Charlie. What if you're wrong, Mr. Right-Winger? What if you're wrong? What if it was, as it seems, that it was some fucking unhinged lefty with a trans boyfriend that did it? Oh well, right? You stopped one of the potentials for the strongest movement in America dead in its tracks, but oh well. You had fun speculating, right? And of course, if you're just a random person not connected, fair enough. But if you're someone who knew Charlie, like Candace Owens, I hope you're right. Because otherwise, that's pretty devastating. Now, one of the problems with so many of these theories are that it's an always moving target. So, for example, the Egyptian planes, if Candace Owens puts out, here is the exact flight times for all of these planes, and it turns out that's not true, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Or it's just things like, well, isn't it true that Charlie started to be more critical of Israel? Okay. Well, I mean, what is there to disprove there? Here's our resident lefty pretending like he's just asking questions. Why is the random old guy who ran at the cops saying he shot Kirk not being tried for obstruction or literally anything? Is it true that he's not being tried for anything? Anytime someone makes these claims, the first thing to point out is, even if that's right, what does that mean? I don't know. There could be a million reasons he's not being charged. Maybe he was mentally disturbed. Maybe they think that there wasn't enough proof to prove the crime of obstruction as it specifically outlines in Utah. Maybe they plan on bringing charges later, after Tyler Robinson's convicted. All sorts of possibilities. It does not prove that Egypt or Israel or Mormon bees or Erica Kirk somehow killed Charlie Kirk. Second, is it true? So the claim was, why isn't the random old guy who ran at the cops saying he shot Kirk not being tried for obstruction or literally anything? So he's not being charged for obstruction or literally anything. Man who falsely claimed he killed Charlie Kirk, diverting police amid chaos, sentenced to prison. George Zinn received a harsher prison sentence after police found child sex abuse materials on his phone after arresting him at UVU. Oh, you're kidding me. 1 second. Let's see if I can get behind a paywall. So he was charged with stuff, as we can see there. So already Drone is full of it when he says he's literally not being charged for anything. Incorrect. What? One second. This is ludicrous. All right, let's try this one. Man who yelled he had shot Charlie Kirk after the political commentator was killed at Utah Valley University is going to prison for making the false claim, which authorities say diverted law enforcement's attention when they were trying to find the shooter. George Zinn, 71, pleaded no contest to third-degree felony charge of obstruction of justice. Why is the random old guy who ran at cops saying he shot Kirk not being tried for obstruction or literally anything? Now, do you see? Do you see what we're dealing with? Oh, now he's not being charged with anything related to the day Kirk was shot. I just read you. He pled guilty to obstruction. The very thing that you specifically said he was not charged for, which he was. Not only did they charge him with third-degree felony obstruction of justice, they then found out that he had a bunch of child abuse material, which they also arrested him for. You were saying? Now, do you see how confident these people are? Do you see? Now, here's the guy coming in. You'll take it. Thank you. And I'll take this. Thank you. Now, do you see who these people are? Whatever you do, right-wingers, don't coalesce and use this as a stepping stone to remember Charlie and how violent the left are and shit. Nope, just believe me as I throw shit at the wall. You had your chance, you're a fucking liar, or you're so uninformed that you don't know fucking shit. Goodbye. Not dealing with it. Now, do you think for a second that guy's going, geez, I was lied to about that? Do you think I was misled about anything else? Nope. I'm shocked how many times. I honestly, even me, who's dealt with lefties for a long time, a lot of these conspiracy theories I hear, I'll just be like, well, even if that's true, who cares? Doesn't really prove anything. But then when you look into it, you're like, actually, that's just not true. It's staggering the amount of times that occurs. Like, I just accepted it. When I remember seeing a little clip of Ian Carroll saying, when they put up the video or the photo of the firearm that was used, it was stock footage. It wasn't the actual firearm. I was just like, well, what does that really prove? No big deal. And then later I had people saying, no, it was not stock footage. So you're like, even if the claim was true, it doesn't really prove anything, but then it's just not true. Already talked about McConnell. Go check it out. It's at the beginning of the show. Now, this is the guy that came in. Oh, don't blame the left. Right out of the gate. Ah, well, why didn't they charge that George Zinn guy? They did. Some of the stuff today, and we'll see if it's true or not. I have heard from Candace Owens type people. I've heard that Tyler Robinson wasn't at the campus that day. They claim today that they have 4 separate cameras that they could confirm Tyler Robinson was there. Or maybe he was there 4 separate times. Something to that effect. Now, do you think it'll matter if it's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt? Well, Tyler Robinson was there. Do you think for a second that'll change? They'll say, so what? Then there was the theory that you would have to be like a superhuman like Spider-Man. I don't know. According to the officers today, you basically just had to get over one rail, which an average person would be able to do. But here was what I thought was the funniest. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I shouldn't have banned that guy until after this. So someone put on your devil's advocate hat, unless you are someone who believes the conspiracies, that's fine. Is not the most prevailing theory at this point is it definitely was an exploding microphone. That's the theory, right? The theory is it was an exploding microphone. Okay. Now, from what I watched today, it is clear that the defense's strategy is going to be to claim that there may have been a different shooter. So the defense is saying things like, well, wasn't it true that you found a holster? Yeah. Isn't it true that it's open carry? That you're allowed to have firearms on campus? Yeah. So a bunch of people could have firearms? Sure. What doesn't sound like it sounds like what they're going to say is there could have been someone with a small caliber bullet, a handgun or something that was in the crowd that possibly shot. But wait a minute, why aren't they just going with the exploding mic theory? If the defense says, no, we agree it was a bullet, what about all these people that are is the defense in on it too? And here's the irony. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? If Tyler Robinson is found guilty, I will guarantee, I'll bet it's already starting. I haven't seen it yet, but I bet it's already starting. You know who else was involved in the plot? Tyler Robinson's defense attorney. Want to bet? I'd put money on it if I was a betting man. If Tyler Robinson is found guilty, the conspiracy theories are going to say, aha, the defense attorney was in on it. They didn't call Candace to get her proof. They knew that it was the exploding microphone, but refused to bring it up. They were in on it too. Mark my words, that's coming. Now think of what you would have to think to believe this. Whoever it was that wanted to kill Charlie, it had to be someone close enough to get to the microphone. So this would mean it would have to be Erica Kirk or Turning Point USA, or it would have to be a very sophisticated organization like Israel, the FBI, or something like that, because these would have to be people that were actually able to get a microphone to Turning Point USA that they would then willfully put up that would be the execution device. Now, what's the motivation for this? Well, there's several that I heard. Just in general, the Jews. That's one. They're just evil, you know. Number two is that Charlie changed his stance on Israel. Then there's the theory that Andrew Colvett, said that Israel offered to pay $150 million or some shit like that to, and Charlie turned it down. So Israel wanted to kill him because maybe he was about to push back against the Iran war. I've heard that. Or that Erica and Turning Point, maybe they wanted to take over Turning Point. Whatever. There's some nebulous motivation like that. Got it. Right? So this is, whatever the motivation is, here's how these sophisticated people thought to carry this out. You ready? They decided that they were going to use basically, which is tantamount to experimental technology. That a microphone with an explosive in it, in a public setting where unknown amount of people could have cameras, that they were going to use this. Now, this is already a huge risk. Instead of taking Charlie out in private and then blaming a mugging or lefties or whatever, they decide to intentionally do it where all sorts of people could have cameras. They're doing it with a device that if someone's filming with the right kind of camera at the right angle, could literally see the device, thereby proving the theory that they're trying to go with was bullshit, right? In fact, that happened because the sleuths, like Baron Coleman, whatever his name is, and Candace Owens, they found it. They found the footage. So instead of just taking this guy out in private, they're going to do it in public, knowing that there's going to be evidence available of their horrible scheme, which sleuths like Candace Owens would be able to uncover. But it gets better. They would also know that a doctor would have to be on their side because a doctor would easily be able to see that the wound that killed Charlie was not from a bullet and instead was from an explosive device like a microphone. So all of the medical professionals that worked on Charlie would then need to be in on it. Then, to cover this up, they planted a rifle that, according to the people touting this theory, would be impossible to make that sort of wound. So instead of planting a gun that people would say, yeah, that gun reasonably could have done that, they intentionally planted a gun that it wasn't possible. Why? They didn't think it through enough? Is that the theory? So they intentionally planted a gun so that people would know it wasn't possible, so that the execution they did in public with a bunch of people with cameras would easily be able to be found out. But then it gets better. Then they somehow had to convince Tyler Robinson, who wasn't there apparently initially, they had to convince him to go stash clothes and shit somewhere. All the while knowing that Tyler would be reliable enough, either through pressuring him, his family, or whatever, or because he was a true believer in the cause, to never spill the beans. He wasn't going to say, look, I wasn't even there. I got this call. They told me to bring these clothes here. They told me to bring my grandpa's rifle. Why would they do that? They could have poisoned him. They could have, if they're that sophisticated, for goodness sakes, they could have tampered with his laptop to have it explode on him or something, like an electric shock, so it looked like an accident. Now, the truth is, as we talked about with my very poor understanding of ballistics, I know enough to know this. Bullets can act very abnormally. I've personally seen deer shot with high-powered hunting rifles, including, I always hunted with a 270, but I had a good number of my friends hunted with a 30-06. I've seen weird 30-06 wounds, where a deer is like shot in the neck and there's no exit wound. But no, people are absolutely certain. Impossible, it couldn't happen. Why would they plant an impossible gun? Why would they do this? Israel's so sophisticated that they could plot this murder, right? They have so much control that they can buy off the FBI or whatever, but they didn't think it through enough to be like, instead of a 30-06, we'll use a lesser caliber of bullet. Why? Why wouldn't you made someone a patsy that was closer and said, oh, they did it with a handgun? What's the effect? They don't get the same effect as doing it in public. What effect? If the effect was to silence Charlie, yes, in private it would be the same as in public. Is the argument that they wanted to silence Charlie but let everyone know that Israel did it? Well, then poor job, because the majority of people don't believe it. Is it possible for a neck to deflect a bullet as such from a 30-06 that there wouldn't be an exit wound? I mean, we agree it's possible for a jawbone to do it, right? That's what happened with MLK. But it wouldn't be possible with a neck? Now, I fully admit, I'm no expert. Fully admit it. But almost none of the people that are claiming definitively couldn't be a 30-06 are experts either. And there's certainly people I've seen that claim to be experts and say, that's not true. You could have a 30-06. For example, I don't know, have they released what type of 30-06 bullet it was? Was it a full metal jacket? Was it a hollow point? Was the grain of the gunpowder more or less than average? And so for people to just be, because I think this is where a lot of it starts. It couldn't have been a 30-06, therefore, and it's like, well, it could have been. I told this story the other day, again, on Forensic Files, where a person was shot at a gun range in a building, at a gun range. And they later found out what happened was person's using a handgun and they're at the range and they shot and there was an accidental discharge after the shot. So imagine this, you shoot and then you recoil. So pow, and as you're recoiling in a split second, pow, suits the second shot. But now you're not aiming straight, you're like up at an angle. And so what had happened was this bullet went up through a wall and then hit the ceiling inside this building, but it was at the exact weird angle that it, instead of going through the ceiling or getting lodged in the ceiling, it deflected down and killed someone. It was an accidental shooting. Now, for a layman, you might say, how's that possible? Go through a wall but not a ceiling? Impossible. What are the chances? 1 in a million. Yeah. Yep. My understanding was that the bullet was fragmented enough that they couldn't make a direct comparison, or it wasn't definitive. It was inconclusive whether or not it came from the rifle they found, but that they are claiming that it was a 30-06 shell. I could be wrong. And like I don't know. I tried to look at some of the claims. So like, let's see. I tried to steel man this. So let's see if I can find this. I found someone that I think here. Okay, let's see. With a list of all the things that was wrong. So I thought, okay, I'll do my best to just go through. So here's a list of what a lot of people are saying. You're delusional. Thoughts on these facts. So here's facts that this person wants answered. Right? You ready? 1, the crime scene was paved over 3 days after the shooting on a Sunday in Utah. Okay, let's check. University removed the grass where Kirk fell and replaced it with brick pavers or resurfaced the spot. Contractor Dan Merrill publicly discussed being hired for the paving job, with work occurring soon after the shooting, sparking widespread online discussion of a cover-up. This aligns with reopening efforts for the courtyard. Students returned to campus around the 17th. The altered site, now bricked, was noted shortly thereafter. Appears to be true that they cleaned up the area of the blood and put brick over it where Charlie was shot. Okay. Does this prove that Israel did it, that Tyler Robinson didn't, that Turning Point USA did it, that Charlie Kirk did it? No. Are there plausible explanations for why they would do this? Yes. It is a public university. Police had already collected all of the evidence that they wanted from the scene. The university didn't want police tape in an area to be cordoned off for weeks and weeks. And so they decided, after they got the go-ahead from the police, to go ahead and remake where the scene occurred. Okay? Next, 30-06 is not stopped by 3 inches of neck tissue. We've talked about that already. Certainly can be. Third, there was an absence of an ambulance at an event with more than 3,000 people. Is that true? Let's assume, for the sake of right now, I'll just assume all of these are true. Okay, let's say that's true. Does that prove that Turning Point did this? That Erica Kirk did it? That Israel did it? What's the theory here? Now, surely what we would have to believe is that a university that normally may have medical vehicles is in on it. Were they contacted and specifically told, don't have your EMTs around? There's all sorts of explanations for this. 1, negligence. People not taking it seriously, and that is bad. Yes, the left is exceedingly violent. If you're going to have a public event, you ought to have medical professionals on standby because there's a solid chance the left will use violence. And that is on the fault of the organizers. Doesn't prove that they're guilty of murder, but shows that they're negligent of not having the proper precautions. Okay, next. Security shoves Charlie from a raised position directly on the ground. It could be that people were panicking. They thought that more shots could be incoming, and so they sought to lower his profile because standing in an upright position or leaning in an upright position would make you a better target. There was a refusal of help from 2 medical professionals with medical bags. I don't believe that, to be honest. Like, what were they like? Excuse me, you have a medical bag. You're standing there helping. They're like, no, I'm not helping. But let's, for the sake of argument, say that that's true. These people could be people that feared for their life and they were afraid because they just witnessed someone get shot. Or these people were assholes who were left-wingers that didn't like Charlie Kirk and so they refused. Or they panicked and were shocked. Doesn't prove anything. Charlie was loaded in a car with a giant gaping neck wound. Okay, if there was no ambulance, what were they supposed to do? My remembrance of the account was that they were desperately rushing to get him to a hospital. Okay? How does this prove that Tyler Robinson didn't do this, or Israel did it, or Turning Point did it, or Erica Kirk did it? 7, Charlie was carried to the SUV with his head and neck literally dangling. Okay? That wouldn't be good if that's true. My guess is the people doing this were panicking and were trying to get him to a car as soon as possible, and some mistakes could be made. Okay? How's this prove that Erica Kirk or Israel or Turning Point? Is the implication that the people carrying him must have been involved in the murder? The SUV that transported him from the crime scene was clean, refurbished, and sold. Oh, okay. I don't know if that's true, but let's assume it is. Yeah, if my wife is murdered and I take her in her car to the ambulance and there's blood or to the hospital and there's blood all through it, I might not want to keep that car either. I might want to get rid of it because of bad memories. And 9, no hospital footage was available and it was confiscated by the FBI. Could be a bunch of reasons for that. 1, not sure that's true. 2nd, let's assume it is. Maybe they wanted it because it was deeply personal, because they wanted to see if there was any conversation that there could be of people that were possibly talking that could have gave them clues as to who the perpetrator was. Most likely there was nothing there, but it's deeply personal and they're not really interested in releasing to the press people sobbing their eyes out because this man was just executed. There's also no hospital footage of when my grandpa died of cancer. 10, George Zinn jumps up immediately after the bang and claims he did it, causing the few officers that day to respond to him. Yeah, okay. How does this prove that Tyler Robinson didn't do it, or Erica Kirk did it, or Turning Point did it, or Israel did it? A left-wing nut that seemed to be someone who was aggravating situations in the past decided to try to make a distraction so the actual killer could get away. Okay. 11, there's a guy going from hospital to hospital armed and looking for Charlie on the police scanner. Okay, could be true. Let's assume for a second it is. Maybe someone reported it on the scanner, but it wasn't true. It was just a rumor. Or maybe it was true and it was a ridiculous lefty who wanted to try to finish the job. Or maybe it was a Charlie Kirk supporter or a right-winger who was furious and was armed trying to defend Charlie in some misguided name. How does this prove that Erica Kirk or Israel or Turning Point killed Charlie? 12, police scanner reports people hanging out of the SUV on its way to the hospital. Okay, could be an erroneous police report. Could have been some other SUV. Let's assume that's not the case and it was this SUV. What's even this theory? So if I just murdered my friend and put him in an SUV, what am I going to be doing? Like hanging out the window like the Joker, smoking a cigarette? What is even the theory here? Maybe people were sobbing with their head out the window. I don't know. What's the implication here? 13, a jet takes off from a local airport and turns off its transponder. Okay, how does this prove that Israel or Erica Kirk or Turning Point USA murdered Charlie Kirk? I guess the implication is this must mean Israel did it, right? There's a billion reasons that could happen. Maybe these were drug dealers or gang members that committed some other crime. Maybe there was a problem with the transponder. Maybe it's usual protocol that these sort of things happen. Could be any number of explanations. 14, Tyler texts that he wants to take the secret to his grave, but makes sure to leave a handwritten note under his keyboard that his roommate burns. But his roommate makes sure to take a picture of it. Maybe it sounds like his roommate didn't really have his best interests at heart and wanted to keep that just in case. Maybe Tyler was love struck and wanted to do something for his trans lover. I mean, are we really saying here that if Tyler was a murderer, that he wouldn't do irrational things like put fucking notes down that he said he wanted burned? 15, the roommate, lover, Lance Twiggs, is immediately cleared and allowed to leave the state while being the number one witness to most of the confession of evidence. I don't know what the normal protocol is, that they could keep him detained or not allowed to leave the state if they don't have reasonable suspicion that he's involved in the crime. Nonetheless, has Lance Twiggs absconded that no one could find him now? If not, what does this prove? 16, police dogs could not find the weapons, but shortly after the FBI arrives on the scene, yep, they find it. Yep, that's happened before. Police dogs have false positives, false negatives. This happens routinely. Now take all 16 of these and assume they're all true, which I don't know they are, but assume they all are. How does this prove Mossad did it? How does this prove Erica Kirk did it? How does this prove Turning Point did it? How does this prove that Tyler Robinson didn't do it? This is all just like, well, that's interesting. Let's read some super chats real quick, and then we'll get back to it. Searsight, what's up, my friend? $5 says, good evening, Rob. Good evening to you. Thank you so much. Adrian Little, thank you for being a member. Devil's Raspberry, $2. Thank you. Says 25 minutes behind. I think you look good with no hat. Serious. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jefferson, $2 says healthy skepticism is innocent until proven guilty. Yep. And Jefferson again, $2 says the sum of all history is infinitely improbable. That's exactly right. Matt Fleming, $5 says every deer I've shot in my life has been with the 30-06. Never had an exit wound on any deer I've taken, regardless of where the bullet hit. You must be paid by Mossad, my friend. Beakster over on Rumble, $10 says bullets do weird things. Signed JFK. Yeah. Now, there's a hyperfixation on things that Erica have said or things that Andrew Colvett said. Macy Mays says, no confession mentioned at any time during the hearing today. Is the hearing going to continue tomorrow? I don't know. Was this it? Was this the end of the preliminary? I'm reading that AP saying it's supposed to last till July 10th. So, yeah, they got it sounded granted, I didn't listen to everything today, but it sounded like they were setting the stage with the physical crime scene. Why would that be the first thing mentioned? The preliminary hearing's not, this is the most shocking things first. If they mention it tomorrow, will you say, my mistake, I was wrong. These conspiracy theories are bullshit? Or will you say, well, of course they said that, but that means nothing. Adrian Little, $20 says, apologies. Thought I was already a member. Must have lapsed. Thus, please accept my penance. We better send it in. No, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I really do. Let's talk about some other things before we get to some Candace Owens videos. What about the fact that Andrew Colvett called Erica Kirk and said all these things? Well, she might be full of shit. That could be a lie. Or maybe it's all true. What does that prove? Candace was told it was supposed to be you. Let's assume that happened. Okay. What does that mean? That a grieving man in the moment that this happened and the moments afterwards is probably talking to a bunch of people. See, these aren't people like me and you. These are people that have connections to like rich people and politicians. Maybe they're hearing shit. Maybe it was supposed to be you was because there was some sort of theory going around that lefties were going to kill right-wing commentators. Okay? What does that prove? People in a moment of grief are just looking for answers. And here's Candace. Data Republican put out a big series. This is long. We're going to up the speed in this. I do apologize. We'll go 1.25. But there's a lot of videos here. So here's receipts that Data Republican puts out today. I thought this was pretty good. Now, this is on Candace specifically, but it just gives you an idea of sort of how people could just change their story over and over. The confession will never come up because it never happened. We'll see. I'm not sure if there was a confession or not. I don't know. Would you consider the letter to be a confession? Or did his conversations to his family? Or his admissions on Discord chat? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you saying that there's a theory beyond that that like he confessed to police or something? Jacqueline Brennan, $2 says, why did defense try to ban Cam repeatedly if innocent? If it was an exploding mic, why are they implying it's a gun? I don't know. Lord Loss, $5 says, just being a smart butt, but didn't you say you weren't going to talk about this last night? Thanks for going over. I did say that, but I'll explain what I mean by that later. All right, here's Data Republican. This is the first. There's a lot of videos here, so let's go through the first. This is initially Candace on Erica Kirk.
Wedding, and then came the children. You know, Charlie really loved Erica from the time reading through the text today. Just loved her. He loved his family. He really did.
Charlie loved Erica. He loved his family. He really did. Okay.
And I came there, and she was just lovely. She was genuinely such a nice person. I was like, Charlie, just go for it. Just go for it. But I know that Charlie was very happy with Erica, and I know that Erica was she really is just the moment. The speech that she gave, everybody was just, I think it was the most consequential speech in American history. A message that everyone needed to hear, including myself, a message of complete sadness. We were grieving with her. Was when his wife, Mrs. Erica Kirk,
said that Erica gave one of the most consequential speeches in American history, talking about Charlie. She didn't say, that was weird. She doesn't appear to be grieving.
Address not just the nation, but the entire around the world, obviously, have been moved by Erica's commitment to her Christian faith. The strength, obviously, that it takes for her. It's been, you could see the energy. She's going to fight. She's going to fight, and she is going to fight on the good side, because every woman would know what her husband's going through. So I can't even. So are we. I love that you show Erica love and support. I do wish there was some sign that we could. The first thing that I think I should make abundantly clear is I am relieved that Erica Kirk is at the head of Turning Point USA, because just like I alluded to last week, and which I will double down, so out of a loyalty to Erica, he also doesn't want to.
You get the vibe? That's video one. Now, she's not saying there, I knew them and something was always weird. It looked like she was planted by Mossad. Didn't seem to be, she's not grieving properly. Instead, she's saying she's strong. This was a powerful speech. She's doing the right thing. All right, that's where we start. Next. Here's the next video in the thread. I linked the thread, by the way, so people could check it out. I'm not going to watch all of it, but we're going to watch parts of some of it. Here's the next video.
Cox tells us that that is when the shooter, Tyler Robinson, arrived at UVU campus in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, and a black hat with a white logo. So essentially, he's saying that what that person we saw walking down the street right there arrived on campus at 8:29. I'm going to allow you to hear Governor Cox say that himself, because it gives us a timeline. He says to him, I assume right away, Lance says, you weren't the one who did it, right? And Robinson says, I am, I'm sorry. And the roommate says, I thought they caught the person. Okay. And Robinson responds, no, they grabbed. The fact that there wasn't an exit wound is probably another miracle, and I want people to know. I just spoke with the surgeon who worked on Charlie in the hospital. He said the bullet, quote, absolutely should have gone through, which is very, very normal for a high-powered, high-velocity round. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times, and they always just go through everything. This would have taken a moose or two down, an elk, etc., end quote. And then, now this is Andrew. but it didn't go through. Charlie death certificate because they did not recover a bullet from a 30-06. Hunters and military men rejoice. It turns out that common sense still rules the roost. Definitively, that Charlie's shot did not come from behind. I can just take that or leave that. You can still go down that narrative. The persistent conspiracy theory that Charlie's road mic was rigged with PETN explosive. I haven't much spoken about that because I wasn't a PETN expert until this Butler situation. Speaking with but conspiracy theory that Charlie Kirk may have actually been killed by his Rode microphone, which was rigged with an explosive. Now, I have always thought there was something there, okay? It was a theory that was at first posited. What I can state rather unequivocally is that there is now more evidence, more evidentiary support that Charlie may have been killed by a rigged explosive device that was on him than there is that Tyler Robinson shot him from a rooftop, committed his first assassination, buried them at Dairy Queen. I do not believe that he was on campus on top of Losey Center firing a shot at Charlie Kirk's neck. I can say that unequivocally. And you saw that we began to reintroduce.
Okay. So she seemed to change what her theory was. Went from she bought the official story. Fair enough. She then changed it was probably 2 low caliber shooters. Then changed to actually it was the exploding mic. All right. Now here's more on her thoughts on Erica Kirk, I believe. As it started to ship, we already heard she was defending Erica. Now.
Sheet. You're an idiot. She has no idea what's going on. She is what she's always been, a pageant girl. Tell her lines that she has to remember, and she can utter them back to you. And usually it's not without and the perceived authenticity. Erica is not the archetype of a model actress seeking money and fame and then settling into a quiet life with a wealthy, good-looking husband. She is the wolf type who wants to be in the place of that husband. She is not born for a story. We could not find a single example in human history where someone's wife just assumed their corporate role as CEO and chairman of their company following a death.
Wasn't she saying when it happened, oh, she's so powerful, she's doing this, it's great, she's strong, this is amazing. Now, nothing's changed. All of a sudden, she's like, no, that's suspicious that she took over. Why didn't she immediately say, well, this is suspicious? Why did she say, I personally saw Erica with Charlie, he loved her, they're great together? When now she's saying, wow, she was always this like narcissist. What changed?
Maybe still another coincidence, right? Erica's in pageant world, Trump's in pageant world, Epstein's in pageant world-ish. Then we took a week off to investigate Erica, and so think through the common sense there. If I went to a documentary on EMPs, and I'm just a random girl that is like in pageant world, that's pretty much all she's accomplished at this point in her life, right? Charlie, in this direction. She has now completely dissociated from that previous person. She's now radically pro-Israel. Says it's like brain.
Next, here she is. Remember, she was powerful.
This was a grief marketing campaign. But this is just a grift. There's no substance behind these words anymore. They just get up there and they just find whatever Bible verse they want and they tell you, this is what it means. This is what it means. People like her are the reason that there has been so much growth in the Catholic and the Orthodox Church, because you can just see it. That is not a real person. That is not a real grieving widow. And I simply don't care. Warp widow. That's what we're calling it. It's Erica Kirk. It's the vaccine. And how's our emotional asset doing today? Anybody want to check in? It's a smile.
I could show you footage of Candace smiling. She claimed she loved Charlie. She was smiling within days of Charlie being shot.
Could not put on following my husband's public assassination. To authentically like her. With enough ad spend, with enough tears, with the right outfits, with the right words and speeches written for her. She wants that feeling, that high that she's chasing is when she came out at the memorial.
What happened? She said in the immediate, she was watching the same shit as we were. When the memorial was going on, she was like, Erica's so strong. She's doing the right thing. Now it was all performance. What happened? How was Candace duped at the beginning, like the rest of us? But now, what changed that now she knows? Why isn't she saying, this is how I was duped? Instead, she just proceeds like she never said that. She said over and over, the only person that could get me to stop this investigation is Erica Kirk and my husband, because I respect them so much. Okay, Erica says, can you stop? She's like, nope, you're involved.
Look, I have seen enough, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen enough. Erica Kirk should be dragged into a police precinct for questioning. I'm here and ready to help. I suspect I won't be hearing from you. And dare I say, Erica, if you're interested, no. That you might be involved in trafficking, potentially murder, you should probably just respond factually and formally with something obvious, something other.
I think it's Satan himself. I really, genuinely, 100% believe that. That's the why. There could be some temporal explanation of why, some political why, but I think ultimately it is a satanic why. Charlie was turning his back on the Prince of Darkness, and he was removed for it. He was killed by supporters of the Prince of Darkness, by the people doing his bidding.
Studies on psychopathy, particularly those building on the work of psychologists like Robert Hare, describe traits such as a rehearsed emotional display and shallow affect. That Erica was in charge of quote-unquote modeling apartments for a bunch of underage Eastern European girls who were being...
Either Erica Kirk is evil and was in on it, or Candace Owens is an evil...
All right, you guys, straight to jail for questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who.
What happened? It's fair. You're allowed to think that she should have to go to jail for questioning. Okay. I think Candace Owens benefited from the murder of Charlie Kirk. Should she also have to go to jail for questioning? Has she changed her? Why did she initially defend Eric Kirk and now she's not? Why change? What happened? Is that suspicious? I'm just asking questions. Probably no one benefited as much as people like Candace Owens. I'm just asking questions. That's all I'm doing. I'm just asking questions, right? That's it.
Said that Erica killed Charlie. She's never said it that I've seen. Oh, but bam. I believe Erica did it. I'll be the first to say, I don't think Erica did it. I don't think Erica killed her husband. I don't think Erica killed her husband. Nor do I know a single human being that does. I've never talked to anyone. That on this show, I don't know a single person who believes Erica killed Charlie. Not one. So what a weird thing to say.
Her husband. Now, let me at first also state unequivocally that I do not believe that Erica Kirk murdered her husband. I've never made that claim.
No, but they're saying she needs to go to jail, that she needs to answer questions. So what are they saying here? She didn't pull the trigger. She just helped set it up. She was complicit in it. She's helping cover it up. So to then later be like, I'm not saying she murdered him. What seems to be an equivocation? You clearly think that she did something that rises to the level of a crime. So what is it?
Public, sincerely, I've never made that claim. What I have said and what I stand by today.
Nice, right? Now she can fit her husband assassinated. Now she has people saying they want to kill her. Great. You get the picture. Here's another one.
In fact, according to my source, Tyler has never even stepped foot on UVU campus.
I mean, who is Tyler Robinson? What the fuck was he doing there?
I don't
Do you
think
think
Tyler Robinson was there.
you don't think he was there?
No. I think he's a total patsy.
Were you able to determine at what time or times Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus on September 10th?
Yeah, we were able to establish that Mr. Robinson had been on campus approximately 4 times throughout the day, twice before the shooting, the time of the shooting, and then after the shooting later in the evening into the early hours of the 11th.
Tyler has never even stepped foot on UVU campus.
Now, if it's proven that he was, here's the follow-up. It's a lie. All of these people are involved. They photoshopped the cameras, etc., etc. And who gives a shit? That's not important anyways. Doesn't matter. Say something, move on to the next thing. It's never, well, wait a minute, you were wrong about that. Nope, doesn't matter. Knoka the Great puts this out, which is worthwhile. Just months before he was assassinated, Charlie Kirk shared an NCRI report warning that assassination culture is spreading on the left. Yesterday, the same organization released Permission to Kill, How Candace Owens Built a Digital Assassination Culture Targeting Erica Kirk, arguing Candace Owens helped fuel a digital assassination campaign targeting Erica Kirk. Watched it unfold with my own eyes. It's been one of the most disgusting, vile things I've ever witnessed. Here's Charlie. This is from April 7th, 2025. He says, assassination culture spreading on the left. 48% of liberals say it must somewhat justify the murder of Elon. 55 say the same about Donald Trump. I commented on this same study. And California activists are naming ballot measures after Luigi Mangione. The left is being whipped into a violent frenzy. Any setback, whether losing an election or losing a court case, justifies maximally violent response. This is the natural outgrowth of left-wing protest culture tolerating violence and mayhem for years on end. The cowardice of local prosecutors and school officials have turned the left into a ticking time bomb. Never mind all of that. That would be impossible. It couldn't be the left. It had to be Israel. Had to be Erica Kirk. Had to be Turning Point USA. You think Erica Kirk has something to do with it because she seems like the type of person that would hire someone to do it. Okay. That's a hell of a thing to say, I guess. What about her makes it seem that way? I don't know. For me, it's fucking the maximum. Oh, Candace Owens. The maximum in like callousness to be like, this grieving widow did it. I'm just like, What if she didn't? Like, you're the people that would suggest she did. I get you, Achilles. You're saying you mean Candace. I mean, wow, what a horrible thing to do to someone. Blame them for the murder of their own loved one. No problem, Achilles. I was going to say, that's weird because I trust Achilles. So I'm interested in the opinion. I wanted to share this, the last thing on this. This is from Andrea Burkhart. And she did a Substack today for those of us like myself that didn't get to watch the entire hearing. And she's trying to have a comprehensive list of everything that's been shown. So I put the link out there. Tyler Robinson discovery updates compiled. Judge Graff made it a point to regularly request discovery update at the beginning of court hearings in the case because no motions to compel discovery have been filed at this point, which also, at least in part because Utah limits, what the defense has received come to discovery. So I compiled them for you. Overall, what discovery update shows, the state has produced a massive quantity of evidence and information to the defense. Now, this wasn't from today, so I misspoke. This is everything that they've given to the defense so far. September 29th, status hearing. State acknowledged its duty to produce discovery relied upon charging decision. 5 days of defense request. Okay. October 24th, motion hearing to permit unshackling civilian clothes. Hearing closed, redacted transcript. Parties had met to discuss discovery and paralegals are in constant communication. State has received 4,085 files from law enforcement. There's a process of review and redaction required. State has produced 1,442 files to the defense so far. There's a lot of surveillance footage from the university starting on 9/10 and working backwards. They're working with some kinks with the system, size of the files. October 27th, ruling on motions reshackling clothing. Judge Graff noted more time was needed to complete discovery, except for January 16th. December 11th, hearing in which would remain closed and sealed from the October 14th hearing. State has received 13,900 files, 300 of which are duplicates, and produced 7,951 to the defense. State has previously disclosed everything but received a large batch last week. State wants preliminary hearing date set. Ms. Nestor says they don't want it set until all discovery received a disqualification motion is decided. Significant discovery they know is still outstanding. Mr. Gruninger says discovery is going to be ongoing until the trial. He says everything supporting charge upon request for discovery has been produced. January 16th, defense motion to disqualify. More than 90% of the files received have been disclosed. There's still more coming in, and it will be ongoing for the duration of the proceeding. No input for defense. February 3rd, motion to disqualify continued. State has shared 100% as would received by law enforcement. There are several terabytes of digital evidence from phones and other devices. The state has received defense instructions to produce original format and other specifics. They're downloading the 20 terabyte hard drives, what's been collected. State's still working with law enforcement on downloading surveillance video for the prior 30 days, estimated to be 300 terabytes. It's still in process of copying. Ms. Visor says defense is in communication with the state over what they believe is missing or anticipating a large volume of discovery in the next few weeks. Mr. Novak says they will need underlying data for DNA and other forensics. February 24th, ruling on disqualification motion. Mr. Gruninger says more files received from law enforcement. 88 to 89% of what's been received has been disseminated. Mr. Novak says no update besides scheduling to meet and confer concerning outstanding discovery. March 13th. Closure hearing on defense motion to ban cameras. Mr. Gruninger says state has produced 93.9% of what it received. They met with the defense yesterday and hand-delivered a 24 terabyte hard drive containing information about digital devices seized and the analyzed by Regional Computer Forensics Lab. They're still waiting for some information with law enforcement partners at FBI and ATF about what they need to produce. They expect ATF file within the next week. They're also reaching out to all local agencies for all body-worn camera footage from that day. Mr. Novak raises federal forensic files not received from the ATF and FBI. He argues underlying data not received as basis to continue preliminary. April 17th, defense motion to remove cameras. That's right, the defense. This is something I heard being said today, how outrageous the fact that the cameras weren't showing the actual videos and stuff. It was the defense that wanted cameras not to be included, but they continue. State filed not publicly a 225-page document listing discovery that's been produced, identifying over 20,000 files. On March 26, defense sent a letter requesting specific discovery materials relating to underlying DNA data. These materials have been requested from ATF and FBI. ATF already provided their file to the SBI and have 1,700 files from the ATF. Mr. Novak says the FBI production is slow. They submitted a specific request a few weeks ago. The defense is not blaming the state for the data files in its possession of law enforcement partners. May 8th, rulings on continuing preliminary hearings and banning cameras. The materials brought up last hearing, DNA files from the ATF, have been transferred. FBI still responding to the special discovery request. Ms. Nestor clarifies the special discovery matters are DNA files from the FBI. Defense received 1,600 files today or yesterday. May 19th, motion for OSC re-contempt of gag orders. State has provided 100% of what's in its possession. Additionally, info received from the SBI will be transferred this afternoon. Ms. Nestor states they've received 2,462 more files, 2,300 of which are residential surveillance camera footage. They've also received the remaining ATF FBI info without DNA data and other LEO reports. Ms. Nestor emphasizes that while the state is turning over what they have, question for defense is what they haven't gotten yet. No feel yet for how much they haven't gotten. June 12th, evidentiary hearing on order to show cause why prosecutor is not in contempt. As of June 9th, the state has provided an additional 11 items to the defense, 10 of which were notebooks the defense had requested, one of which is a 1,102 statement, or 1,102, I guess, statement of a witness for the preliminary hearing. Approximately 100% of what the state has received has been turned over. Now, the issue is a lot of this evidence hasn't been made public because they don't want to jeopardize the trial. But people are saying there's no evidence. They're not turning it over to the defense. It seems that that's not the case. So, one piece of evidence would be nice. Like what? What do you expect? In a murder trial, what do you expect the evidence to be produced to be? There's a bunch of evidence out there. It was his gun, that it was that caliber that killed him, that he had written things down to his roommate, that he had made comments to Discord chats, that he had made comments to his family, that he was on campus. Now, these are all being alleged. They haven't been proven to you because no one gives a fuck about you. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. They don't give a fuck about me either. The prosecution hasn't said, Mr. Noerr, we'd like to share all of our evidence that we plan on using to trial. They have shared it with the defense. They have shared it with the judge. That's fine. If you want to withhold judgment on whether or not Tyler Robinson did this, fine. But by blaming Turning Point, one of the biggest conservative organizations, by blaming a grieving widow, all that's happening is that you're giving aid and comfort to the left. And you've taken a moment where people were finally waking up, going to church, saying enough is enough, and you've completely helped dissipate it. Not saying you in the chat, but that's what's occurred. You have every right to do that. And I have every right to tell you to go fuck yourself. Over on Rumble, Mangozi says 20 or $10. Thank you. Says these fucking literal ghouls will never stop feasting. It's big cash cow. Jacqueline Brennan, $5 says Andrew made a post today calling her out, saying her and Charlie Kirk were not friends for years. He fired her and CO unfollowed Charlie Kirk after Candace unfollowed Charlie Kirk after 10/7/23 because of his stance. It appeared to me, based on the back and forth that Andrew Colvett and her were having today, it sounded to me. I'm biased, I admit, but it sounded to me like a dude dealing with someone that he doesn't want to deal with because it'll be a problem. So it's like, hey, how you been? Yeah, check this thing out. Cool. Hey, look forward to seeing you. And she's using that like, see, we are best friends. And Andrew Colvett's like, no, you dumb shit. he realized you were becoming a problem and he was being asked questions about you and he didn't want to make you an enemy because you're a fucking psycho. Matt Fleming, $5 says Candace was a background girl for rappers and rap videos. Bashing Erica for being a pageant girl is not only hilarious, but peak jealousy. That's funny. I didn't know that. Old Snipper, $5 says, Rob, you got to understand, Erica used her brain frequencies to tell the guy to blast her husband. It's common science. You sound crazy. I'm sure I do sound crazy, though. Look, we could talk about this more at a later date. This is going to be ongoing at least for 4 or 5 days. This is before we even get to a trial. But I'll just say this. My goal is to go after what I see as the authoritarian violent left that is the spearhead of the globalists that want to usurp my way of life, that hate me for my skin color, hate me for my religion, hate me for being a man, hate me for the fact that I'm conservative and that I live in a rural area. And what I see right now is them getting more and more violent, the left, and getting away with it in large part because groups on the right are blaming the right and Israel and other places for doing the assassination that actually we see was celebrated and cheered on for by the left. We'll talk about it more later. Graham Platner, real quick, before we start to wrap up the show. Graham Platner now looks like he has suspended his campaign events, and there's speculation that he may drop out. Of course, he's the guy that had the Totem Kampf tattoo, and all these crazy shit was said about him. Now, the hilarious thing about Graham Platner was always this. He actually literally was all the things they accuse right-wingers of being. When Elon Musk does this, and they're like, oh, that was a Roman salute, Graham Platner's actually getting those tattoos. So the guy that actually, or they said Pete Hegseth's Christian cross tattoo was possibly some, Austrian painter symbology, but actually it's their guy. And when it came to that, it turned out all that stuff they were saying was absolute bullshit. They don't care about any of it. As long as they thought this guy could win, they were going to back him no matter what. Just like when they talk about violent rhetoric and shit, they were more than happy to vote for the attorney general in Virginia that was wishing death upon Republican children. That's who they are. That's the fucking story. Now, so there was one more thing. There was a story of a bunch of women that came out that said that he was aggressive to them, etc., etc. Didn't matter. Still won the primary. Still was supported by almost all the Democrats. Now, story comes out today in the New York Post and some other areas where a woman specifically named is claiming out saying that she was in the most grotesque way possible, most violent sexual crime possible that was done to her from Graham Platner. Now all of a sudden you have a bunch of these Democrats going, oh, well, now we don't know if we could support him. I'm here to clear this up for you. They knew these allegations. They're saying, we didn't know. We didn't vet him. They knew that there were more allegations coming. I knew it. You knew it. Everyone knew. There was constant reporting. More shit's coming. More shit's coming. They knew it. It would not have taken them long to figure out, okay, there's going to be allegations of sexual assault coming. They knew it. They haven't had a change of heart that all of a sudden, oh, now we believe the allegations. They feel the same way about it as they did last week, as they did a month ago. Today, they feel the same. What's changed is this. It looks likely that Platner was going to lose to Susan Collins. And so they're calling a mulligan. That's it. It's literally that simple. If this guy was up in the polls and he had a 70% chance to win, Democrats wouldn't be saying shit. They'd be out there like, this is all innuendo, innocent until proven guilty, Trump's worse, we have to unite to beat the evil right-wingers. That's what they'd be saying. It's what Ro Khanna would be saying. It's what Bernie Sanders would be saying. But now it looks like he's going to lose. So, okie dokie. Time to call mulligan. Now, the primary's over. Doesn't matter. Just like with Joe Biden. They didn't give a fuck that all of a sudden they had a change of heart and, oh my gosh, maybe Joe Biden has dementia. They knew it. What happened was the American people saw it. So they were like, oh shit, we're going to lose the election. So we have to try something desperate. And they installed Kamala Harris without one vote. It'll be interesting if they once more, instead of Joe Biden, this time force Graham Platner out, how they decide who will his replacement be. They're going to have a real quick primary, or are they just going to install someone? But that's it. It's that simple. All the talk you hear today about Graham Platner, it's very simple. They're willing to cheer on anything disgusting, even if it's things that they claim to see under every shadow. Nazi ideology, or tattoos, or symbology. As soon as it's their guy, they're like, we don't care. We don't care. Can he win? Great. All they care about is, can he win? As soon as he becomes more of a liability, well, now it's too much for us. They do not give a shit. It's vote blue no matter who. So that's it in a nutshell. You could do an analysis, and you could look at these people, and there's, I had tons of stories to bring up. But that's what's really going on. Ro Khanna. I'll just show you one. He's considered one of the more honorable Democrats. Here he is today. He says, I've been very clear that sexual assault or violence against women is a red line. These allegations are very serious and credible. Graham Platner should drop out of the race. I'm withdrawing my endorsement. Community, no. Representative Khanna dismissed previous allegations made in June 4th, 2026 New York Times article by women who had dated Platner, stating, I believe in redemption. So what, he doesn't believe in redemption now? That was bullshit? Or he changed his mind? What happened? Looks like Platner's going to lose. Here's the other thing. It's actually a reasonably effective strategy. Our politics is so poisonous now. The most effective time to announce a campaign would be the day before an election. Generic Democrat wins 95% of the time in a contested seat against Republicans. A generic Republican would do the same. Instead of Kamala Harris, if it was Democrat to be determined against Donald Trump, it would have won. Easy. And if it wasn't Donald Trump running against Kamala Harris and it was Republican to be determined, would have won. Kamala's best day was her first day. Joe Biden's best day was his first day running. So the later you could, now mail-in ballots make it challenging to a degree, but the later you can announce, the better. Because now it's all about how shitty are you. You just want to be able to run on how shitty the other guy is. That's why the ideal candidate is an empty suit. So in a way, Democrats get their way. Well, okay. We'll just install someone different close to the election. My guess is they'll force him out. Oh, I've seen it, Dustin, some of these Democrats that are winning. It's horrendous. So that's what's up with Mr. Platner. Megamax, what's up, man? $20 says, sorry for the late chat. No need to apologize. Charlie's death is one of the biggest spikes in political history. Trump DOJ could have crushed every Antifa leftist terrorist cell in America with little to no resistance from the other side. What a waste. Yeah, that's certainly true. There's a lot to be put politically. But now we don't even get a cultural win, in part because so many people on the right decided it would be cooler to blame right-wingers than the violent left. Lord Laws, $5 says, as a Mainer, Collins, maniac, I like that, has won while down double digits in polls and worse polls this year, has her down by 4. Susan's going to win again. I predict she'll win as well. Yeah. Totally agree. All right. Well, we did a 2-hour show. It was a lot of fun. I'll save the Neil the Seal content for tomorrow. It's a doozy. My wife's a big fan, so. Uh, Here's the thing. Like, going back real quick to the Erica Kirk stuff. Or, I'm sorry, the Charlie Kirk stuff, though Erica obviously involved now. This will not be my key issue because my key issue is trying to win the midterms and going after the left. Insofar as there are right wingers that are helping the left, I will attack them. Just like who I don't think's near as terrible as the people we're talking about here. But Nick Fuentes, how many shows did I do attacking his idea of vote Democrat? I'm trying to win. I'm trying to beat the left. When the right's in that way saying, no, they took out one of our best, but instead of righteously using that to inspire us and to honor that person, we're going to blame his family. We're going to blame his friends. We're going to blame right-wing organizations. That's helping the left. So I'm going to attack it when I see fit. When the trial's going on, that's going to be a right place to talk about those sort of things. I've mentioned Charlie Kirk probably every episode since his assassination. Macy Mays is a complete fucking moron. So let's talk about this real quick. Macy Mays is showing her status as a woman and a blonde to boot. Just doing with all the stereotypes. Macy Mays, tell us your extensive experience in preliminary trials. Go ahead. Are you a lawyer? A judge? Are you a clerk? Perhaps a stenographer? A bailiff? Go ahead. Tell us how many preliminary hearings you've ever watched. Go ahead. I'm happy to hear it. So, she knows today was a nothing burger. Why wouldn't they lead with these notes and stuff? That's unusual. That's unusual. So go ahead. Let's hear how this is usually done, Macy. Go ahead. I know it takes a while to type with an IQ as yours. It's nothing, Burger. It was nothing. It's nothing. They literally outlined the physical evidence of the scene they had. Nothing, Burger. Nothing. Why didn't they outline his Discord messages first? That's how normally you would do it, right? Right, Macy? You think Macy will be back if they mention that, if they enter into evidence? Here's Discord messages of him saying she did it. She said that'll never happen. It never happened, so they'll never enter that into evidence. You think Macy will be back saying, holy fuck, I was wrong? You think? I just want to see evidence. I just keep saying it was a nothing burger. Why am I a bad person for wanting to see evidence? I'm just a dumb bitch that probably didn't even watch it today. But trust me, I know how things go. And why won't anyone call me? Why didn't Erica Kirk call me? Why didn't Candace Owens call me? Why have the prosecutors called me? I don't know. Why won't they talk to me? I want to see the evidence. What kind of weird trial doesn't personally show me all of the evidence before the trial? That's just weird. Does that make me a bad person? I don't think so. I just wanted to see the evidence. It's a nothing burger today. As they were outlining evidence that they were entering in, showing the sniper's roost and having law enforcement saying, yep, we have him on film. That's where he was. We saw the gravel. We found the gun. That's all nothing burger to me. It's nothing burger to me. I know all about preliminary. Where'd you go, Macy? Where'd you go? Macy, where are you? Probably just some fucking lefty trying to poison the well. If I just keep saying over and over, it's nothing burger, it's nothing burger, there's no proof. I'm reasonable. I'm not a lefty. I just want to see evidence. It's nothing, it was 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 nothing. Anyways, that was fun. I felt good. I feel good. What's up, Joseph Momo? Blessings upon you. I'm willing to bet that there has never been a time in history Rob, your ignorance is showing. They had gravel that the guy said the picture couldn't show. They had what, Brady cam footage? They had a doorbell footage of a car. Is this the evidence you're talking about? Show me the timestamp of them saying, we have gravel that the guy said the picture couldn't show. Go ahead. Let's see it. Bro, chill. Okay. I'm chilled. Go ahead. Show me the timestamp of them saying, we have, let's see the quote again. They're quoted as saying, we have gravel that the guy said the picture couldn't show. Okay, go ahead. Happy to look at it. Point me to the evidence that says this. The clip, the whatever, a timestamp and a video. Police officer or someone on the witness statement says, we have gravel, but the picture can't show it. Happy to do it. What I saw them say, as the person on Rumble says, is there was a picture and he said, this wasn't accurate of what I saw. The next picture comes up. He says, yes, here you can see. It looked like someone clearly in the prone position. You can see where the gravel's adjusted, where his knees were, where his feet would have been. Then we talked to the policewoman. She said, yes, there's footage of someone on that roof, on that very spot, who fled. We have footage of him coming onto the roof. Then we have footage of him fleeing to the north side away. That's what I saw. Maybe I missed when they said, never mind, scratch all that. We have gravel that couldn't be seen on the picture. I must have missed that portion. Or are we just ignoring that they're claiming they have video of the guy going to the roof on that spot, then fleeing the other direction? We're pretending that didn't happen? Did it? Well, perhaps you didn't watch. It was right in that portion you're talking about. I'll bet you didn't watch. I'll bet what you did was you went to some Candace Owens type channels on X today and listened to them spin it how they wanted. That's my guess. And they took a little 30-second clip and you were like, oh, he says that picture doesn't accurately represent because there was gravel displaced. That's right. They had a tape measure put down. And in fact, I was watching it on Andrew's stream where Andrew was like, well, what's that tape measure? And Ryan was like, that's to give you an accurate understanding of how big the impressions were. Sure, Rob, you're right. Thanks.
So when I got to the top of the Losi building during that day, I noticed the screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, where I could see somebody laid down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on the then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody. From that moment, I asked dispatch to get on the camera system and to see if anybody was on top of the Losi building during the time of the incident.
Were you advised of anything?
I was. Dispatch came back and advised me that there was a male individual on top of the roof that was there at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building. So ran towards the tent where Charlie Kirk was, so they could get a line of sight. And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on the top of the Losi building.
Okay.
Yes, it did. That is what they said. It is true that in one of the pictures, he said, nah, actually the gravel was more displaced. They showed the next one. He said, yep, here you could clearly see where the gravel was displaced. You could see where his knees were. Then you could see where his feet was. That was the picture that had the measuring tape. Now, I think my explanation of having watched that was pretty spot on, almost verbatim what they said. Zebuloni, $2 says, I remember when I thought I liked Candace Owens. Pix Paradox, $10 says, Gull 46, we made it. Can't get it out of my head. Thanks for the 10. The Dino Battle Champion. All right. Well, listen, we're going to wrap up for the night. Would you believe it? I owe 0 whip songs tonight. Now, I do think I missed a Rumble super chat, and please forgive me. To our good friend, Scuzzlebutt, $1 says, the good thing about the rights, we're open-minded to conspiracy theories. The bad thing is we're often too open-minded to conspiracy theories. Perhaps so. Now, we had a bunch of people making claims today, and then they made them, and then they were easily debunked. Why do you think that is? Anyways, it was a good night. We didn't reach our goal. You know why? Jews. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. But I know what you're all thinking. It's a question I hear all the time. Is it ever okay to wear blackface?
Anyways, next question. Is blackface or brownface ever okay?
Only if you're a pretty kitty.
Okay.
Y'all deserve that. Sorry, that's just the way it is. Beatster, $10 says, Rum, ban that person on the R side. We'll deal with him. Send him over to Rumble. Yeah, the Rumble audience is much meaner. What was Brian Shaprio's opinion on this? I don't even. He just wanted to see my penis. I don't know. Wade Boggs, $40 says discount whip song just for laughing because I refuse to pay full price to annoy chat's arch nemesis. All right. That's one. One whip song for tonight. I could handle it. Uh-oh. I screwed up. No problem. Do this stupid one. I like money, don't get me wrong, but it is nice to have a night where I don't have to play many of these stupid shits. All right, Dungeon Synth. If you want to hear more whip songs, donate $100. You probably don't because you're not a maniac unless you're Wade Boggs, so. My audience is the best audience. Thank you all so much. I have to go to the restroom real quick. I thought I was getting out early and I could hold it. Just give me 1 second and then we'll be right back. We have super chats to get to. Thank you guys. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Blah, 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 blah.
When the black flags fly, the Nora runs. The
All
Nora
right.
runs. Let the
Go away, Evan.
cowards
What are you doing? He's like the vampire that you let in. What you have to let them in. I let Avarice in, and now every time I
It had me.
Were you muted while you were talking? Is that what you were doing? All right.
Yeah, it had me muted, but listen, it's not because of my muted. It was because it had the wrong microphone.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I don't mute you. It wasn't me. I put up with it. We like Avarice's insanity around here. To a
Oh,
point.
I would never say you mute me.
Yeah.
You come on. You just give me the look. I get the avarice look. I know what that is.
All right. On the Rumble side, the ever incomparable Beakster. $150. Thank you so much. To request a specific whip song, and he requests the
Disney.
one true whip song. Yeah.
You know what it is. I'm right here for it, boys. Right here. Like this. Come on, Rob. Rob, like this. Yeah, Rob, smile. It's not ready to come. You know the best part's coming. Right here, Rob. Left, right, left, right, left. Right, Rob, you're gonna spirit fingers. Stand there with the spirit fingers, Rob. No? No, Rob, spirit fingers.
Truth Revolt TV, $5 says, is that Ava Rice? Hubba hubba. Thank you. Pix Paradox, $50 says whip. And then unbelievable. Daniel Graves, absolute legend, $250 says, for the whips, and I hope you're having a wonderful birthday and forth. Much love your way, sir. Keep doing what you do, sir. Thank you so much. Man, that's incredibly generous. Thank you. Really been crushing it. And then old Joe, $20. Thank you. Says, I request Avarice sing happy birthday to Rob. No, please, Lord, no. Beakster, $10 says, can we get an extended Disney? No! Extended Disney. All right. My math says with the one song that would have been got from Beakster other than the Disney, plus then $250 and $50, that's $300 total. So that's $6. I played one already, so I owe $6. Which is okay. I can manage $6. 12? You get these numbers. Kawaii core. Okay. C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Did I just have to recite the alphabet to find K? That's not good.
There's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's
All right. Petree's out. We'll see you, Petrie. I don't mind anyone leaving. I would leave too. Oh, you shitheads. I saw it. Spare.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Left, right, left, way, left.
Beakster over on Rumble. $10. Thank you. Says Whipgate equals Rob removed the one true whip song from rotation. What true whip song? I thought you thought the Disney one was the true whip song. The OG whip song's still there. It's on the list. Every time I play it, my fucking channel gets unmonetized for that video, but that's the breaks. Oh, Gregorian, of course. I'm feeling very Gregorian right now.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the light says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day.
Hey, Beakster. $10 on Rumble says Rob did computer magic to set the one true whip request to request only. That's not true. It plays crappy ones all the time. They're all crappy. Let's be clear. There's not one of them that's good. Terrible about this. Ugh. Limp Bizkit. Ugh.
Where there's a whip, where there's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way, where there's a whip, why left? Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Last says nay, nay, nay. We gotta march all day, all day.
my goodness. Yeah, new metal. Apparently that's the genre. I don't know. I don't know anything. Oh yeah! That's this is.
Well, there's a will, there's a way. Well, there's a will, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Last says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day. All day, all day. Well, there's a way. There's a way. Well, there's a way. There's a way. There's a way. There's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Well, there's a way. There's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Well, there's a way, there's a way. Well, there's a way, there's a
All right. We're cruising now, baby. Oh, man. British synth, too. Nice. Of course. Oh, no. Wasn't that amazing? Don't we all feel stupid for having to listen to this night after night? When will the insanity end? I don't know. My very own limbo that I'm in here. Country. Alrighty.
Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, whip, 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 whip. Got the crack on the back, says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
All right, one more. Good Lord. No, I don't want on my deathbed to hear whip songs. No. Okay.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a way. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. There's a way. There's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. Oh, we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Beakster over on Rumble gives $10 and says, Rob miscounted. He owes 3 more. Rob did not miscount. Oh, we didn't get to kneel the seal. I'm so sorry. Maybe tomorrow. Why is my wife up? You should be in bed. Here's Neil the seal for my wife. It's this seal in Tasmania. It's a maniac. It just yells at people.
Give me your mate.
I was just about to raid Cool Vic. Shit. Very happy. Wife. Bakester, $10 says, can we make a whip song out of that? I don't know. Probably not. What else do we got with Neil? Go away.
There's a Teriak or Brendan Mice, but I don't see.
Here, wait. Here's another Neil the Seal video. Oh. All right, here we go. It's got a stupid song, this one, but he hates traffic cones.
Disrespect your surroundings.
But you see, police have to put cones up because he just falls asleep on the road. And so there's a special police task force in this town that's job is just to pay attention to Neil. He's sort of like the one with the metal music was pretty good. I'm sure that just got me demonetized, by the way. Hey, thanks, Cool Vic, for raiding over while I'm talking about a big fat elephant seal. You know, we talked a lot about Charlie Kirk and company today. The trial that's going on. It is newsworthy. My wife says. Ugh, I suppose it's newsworthy. Well, I got to give Cool Vic's audience something here. Look, I'll say this at the end of the night. We're going to see more of this evidence come out in the Tyler Robinson case. Everyone's welcome to be skeptical. I don't give a shit. If you watched the whole show tonight, we had several people come on, make declarative statements. I looked it up quickly, and it was easy to find that the statements were bullshit. Both about statements that were said in the trial today or statements that were said about other people previously. Charlie Kirk was one of the best influencers for the right wing in two areas. One, when it came to reaching young people, and second, when it came to trying to build a coalition to go after the left. His assassination united the right for a brief scant days before nothing was done. And now any positive momentum that came from it has been pissed away, not just because of the inaction, because so many so-called right-wing people have sought to disparage the very organization Charlie founded and his wife. Now, they have every right to do it, and I don't think they should go to prison or anything like that. But we have the right to point out what shit it is and just how loose and flimsy it all is. I'm not going to make it my mission to talk about this every day. While the trial's ongoing, it'll probably be a big news story, so it's probably something I'll be talking about. But my interest is defeating the left. And so those that seek to help the left, whether consciously or unconsciously, are an impediment to that, and I will go after them when I see that. At least their arguments. So that's where I'm at on it. If you have questions, that's perfectly reasonable. I wouldn't trust any law enforcement, particularly the FBI, just on their face. But the specific theories that are being shown, it's just laughable. We also talked about Graham Platner. I'll sum up the Graham Platner story. Now you see a bunch of lefties turning on him. It's not because they're outraged. They weren't outraged about his Austrian painter tattoo. They weren't outraged about domestic abuse, allegedly. They weren't outraged about him insulting soldiers. They weren't outraged by his porta potty sex fetish. They're not outraged now. They just see that their candidate's likely to lose, and they're calling a mulligan just like they did with Joe Biden. That's it. That's the story. So, all right. Who am I rating? I'm sorry, Cool Vic, and your audience.
I put Terry. There's Terriac, Brandon Mize. I don't see Bill on, so
Let me
a
check.
basic Terriac.
Let me check here real quick. Customization. Vic's not there. Terriac sounds good. Neil the Seal is not live. My what? My wife. What is she doing? All right. I will not be rating Sarah. All right. Listen. Bobby Ballbags. Give me a quick $2. I'll give you $2 worth of auctioneer. You only come here, but you get the $2. You want me to talk really fast? I don't really give a shit to do it any more to this. That's what you get for $2. Thank you, though, Bobby Ballbags. I appreciate it. Listen, all this shit going on has political ramifications, cultural ramifications with the trial of Tyler Robinson, but never forget this. He was a person with a wife and with kids, and that could never be brought back. So don't forget, while all these theories are going, people are just asking questions. They're besmirching a widow and a mother whose children will never see their father again. What's 10 get? We'll see in a minute. So please, never forget that and say a prayer for Charlie, for his wife, for his kids, and all of his other loved ones. Never forget what the stakes are, how he was killed, how the left celebrated it, and how so many people are now attacking his family over it. So please say a prayer for them. Zeldin, $20 says, for you, my son. Thank you so much. Beekster over on Rumble gives $10, says, give the incoming folks, he didn't use the word folks, 5 whip songs. No, that would be $200. Would be 4. So, all right. How much would $10? I guess $10 we can choose something about. Did he say? I don't know what words you're talking about. $10 we can choose something about this effect. I'm tired of being able to do this things like a dancing monkey. I also do display whip, so talk fast, do things like this, and I'm just really over it. I think it's just really stupid. Don't display people like this. They don't think I haven't been able to talk this last way. Sometimes I used to be able to do it in debate all the time. Now I'm actually getting much slower than I used to be. That's what you get for $10. All right. We're rating over to Terriac. It is true. We're $41 away from a community whip song. I'll give you a couple seconds to get there. Age, yeah. I am rating the Leprechaun. Wait, Rob. All right, I'm waiting. What am I waiting for? Only 41. That's the amount. $41 for another whip song. Oh, Kyle swam the now. Thanks for the 10, man. Really appreciate it. Selden, you crushed it. Everybody crushed it. So I want to thank my mods. I want to thank my editor, Black Yelp. Thank Avarice. Thank you to everyone who donated tonight, everyone who watched. I appreciate you all. Raid Alf. Like the alien? He's streaming? Didn't he eat cats? Pix Paradox, $10. Oh, snap. Oh, Joseph Romano, $10. Oh, snap. Oh, my goodness. Daniel Graves, hero of tonight, $31 says one more whip. Thank you. And then Wade Boggs gives 10. Now we're only 70 away. from a new one. All right. All right. You guys win. One more. Don't leave it be a stupid one, please, for my sake. I mean, they're all bad, but let's be honest, some are worse than others. I already know the problem with this one, I think. I'll keep my mouth shut. Oh.
There's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today. For the Lord of the land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Yeah, it was slightly over a minute. Sorry. Have to donate another $70 to get another crack at it. I'm sorry. That's the way it goes. Time? Oh, no, look. You guys, you're so quick. Look. 1 minute, 7 seconds. Sorry. Ha! That's right. Look at Wade Boggs sticking up for me tonight. What's happening? Holy cow. My goodness. Who thought InChen wheel adds 10 seconds? I don't know what you talk about. All right. I think that we can end the show now. $70 away. I don't see any more donations coming in. I don't think it's Jewish people's fault. It's bullshit. People keep saying that. Jews. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. Now we could end the show. Now we've done it. We finally we've come to the truth after all this time. Caleb would fucking donate to hear that every night. All right. You guys have been incredibly generous. You really have. I really appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow. I should be doing the extravaganza on the Crucible tomorrow from 5:30 to 6:30. Then tomorrow evening at 10 p.m. I should be back doing this show. So, Buddha Customs. $5 says for the tiny hat people. Thank you so much. They'll take it. I mean, I'll take it. You guys. Candy, you just got here. I'm sorry. We've gone 3 hours and 20 minutes. Most of it was real stuff, too. Kyle Swim the now $5. Thank you. Oh, only $60 away. Oh, boy.
Hey, Rob, while we're in there, did you tell him about robnoerr shop? It goes like this.
That's true. You get all your hats, shirts, hoodies. Kyle Swim the now, $5. Thank you. Bobby Ballbags, $5 says with Jews, you win. Thank you. I wonder if saying Jew a lot hurts my channel on the out. Captain Planet, $20. Thank you so much, man. $35 away. It's close. My favorite's when we get like $5 away and then the show ends. It doesn't happen often. Oh, the great Joseph Romano, $5. Thank you so much. Pix Paradox, $10. Says, come on, guys. Oh, we're 20 away. Man, thank you guys. Incredibly generous. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Abby, $40. Unbelievable, Abby. Absolute legend. Comes in at the end. Oh, I'm never going to get out of here. Here we go. All right, you guys win. One more. Oh, don't be a dumb one. Don't be dumb. Don't be dumb. Don't be dumb. It's not the greatest. Not the worst. EDM. How do you spell that? EDM. There we go. Oh, it's a long one. Yay. Man, oh man. That was great, wasn't it? Candy! $5 for Jewish folks. Thank you so much. And then Kyle swam the Nile. $5. Thank you. My goodness. My goodness. Well, we're $70 away. I don't see us getting there. I'll give it a little time, but I just don't know. Yeah, I miss you too, Candy. Thank you. I'm 42 now. I'm an old man. I can't handle this whip shit until the wee hours of the morning. Yeah, but this time I feel it. Abby came along and saved you last time. It's $70 for community whip. Now, over 200%. The only rule left in effect is if we get to $1,000, it's a free Disney whip song. That's it. No discounts. All right. Now, everybody's always trying to only $270 for free Disney whip song. That's true. That's one way of looking at it. Yes. If you get to $1,000, I'm sure Avarice will do his little stupid dance. Who's this guy? Beachster, $10 on Rumble says half price. You said no. Though, wait a minute. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. In fairness, Beakster, I think you're only $30 away on Rumble for a whip song. You yourself have donated after your 150. You've donated. See, on Rumble, we're only $30 away. Oh, look at this. King Blackout, $20 says Avarice said he wants to dance. He probably did say that. Thank you for the... David Moore, $20 says, sorry I'm late. Thank you. Wow. Would you believe it? We're $30 away on both Rumble and on YouTube for community whip songs. I don't know who my moderator is on. I don't know how to make a moderator on Rumble. I really don't. I should figure that out. That's probably something I should do. Hit that button. No.
While you do that, we'll have famous words from our favorite buddy.
Anyways, next question. Is blackface or brownface ever okay?
Only if you're a pretty kitty. Okay.
Bigster, $10 says do 90 for a Disney. No! Now you're $20 away on Rumble. It'll be interesting to see who could get to the Rumble owes 20, YouTube owes 30. We'll see who could get there first. That's all right. I'll stay up. I like the Rumble versus YouTube competition. That amuses me. I will not put on a bikini. Are we not men? I do not appreciate those comments over on Rumble. Oh! Pix Paradox, $10 says for Baryonyx. Dinogate. As always, I've been advised not to comment on Dinogate. Oh, Zeldin, $10 says for the whip. Can Rumble get in 20 before YouTube gets 10? I don't know. That's true, David Moore. Yeah, Avarice, you can say that. I say it all the time on the extravaganza. Oh, see, I get it. Clicks. Oh, I do, but I have to stand by the rules. I do appreciate that, though. Unfortunately, Rumble, oh my goodness. It's a beatdown. Birdie the dog gives $20. Says boom to win it. Oh my God. Joseph Romano gives 10. Searsight gives 10. Thank you both. Buddha Customs gives 10. Says F Rumble. Crucible Crusader gives 10. Says never say never, Rob. Rumble, you dropped the ball. You're only $20 away. And YouTube just... What the fuck? Oh! And Rumble finally comes in with 20 with Beekster, who says, let me see how I could word this. Thank you for the $20, Beekster. He says, hooray! F YouTube. Except he made it alliterate. I won't say the word that he said. King Blackout gives 10. Says, Rumble who? Oh my goodness. All right, I owe 2 songs. All right. Holy shit, we might get to the 1,000 tonight.
Couldn't you say bundle of sticks tubes?
Oh no. Oh no. Barbershop. Daniel Graves gives $150. Says, let's hit the goal, boys and girls. Oh, piss on that.
You know what that
No! No! Over on, oh man. Pix Paradox. $10 says Rumble, like Australia, doesn't exist. Bully the Dog over on Rumble gives $5. Says, come on, gents, where there's a whip. All right, I now owe a Disney and 3 songs. We'll start with the barbershop.
There's a whip, there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a whip.
Whoa, it's playing. I don't want it to play yet. There we go. Now it can play.
Where there's a whip, 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 but other way, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord on the lash says, nay, 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 we're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a way. Where left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a whip. White, love a do white, love a da 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 ba da ba da ba da ba da ba do ba da ba do ba do 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 ba da ba do ba da ba do ba da ba do ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba do ba do ba do ba do ba right. The corner back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark lords. War. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where they're left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. There's a whip, there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way.
Beekster, $10 over on Rumble says, we exist in bundle of stick tubes nightmares. I'm gonna pretend I don't know what that means. Old Joe, $5 is down with avarice. True words never spoken.
You knew it was coming. With your arms out, Rob. Like this.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today.
It's like you're swimming, Rob, slowly. Be Michael Phelps in slow motion, Rob. My hero, you know it's coming. My hero, left, right. Says You know how to end it, Rob. You know how to end it right here. Spear fingers. Rob, end it with the spear fingers. Come on, throw them up. Throw up that spear fingers, Rob.
Horrible. It's a horror. It's a horrible thing. 2 more whip songs. Where's Blasterbutt? He started the whole Dino Gate thing. It's his fault. I mean, there's nothing there. Last one. We're going to sneak out after this one. We can do it. Don't be dumb. Not the worst. Ugh.
day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left, right, left, right, left, right, left away. Where there's a whip, left, right. A crack on the back says we are gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
Bakester, $10 over on Rumble says, Rob, I'll be a mod if I get paid in Disney Whip. You could be a mod, but I'm not paying you in Disney Whip. No, sir. All right. I think we've reached the end. Rumble's $65 away. YouTube, $77 away. Ugh. I just pulled a muscle on my shoulder. What the heck is that?
Well, maybe if you got your Disney Whip song stretches, you wouldn't be pulling muscles.
That could be.
You know what I mean?
Or maybe me cringing. Is what did it. It could be that. It could be that. Well, it's been a pretty good day, I must say. If you missed out, my son got the game ball at his T-ball game today. $100 will play 2 whip songs. So 77 would play 1. But anytime we get over an even $100 amount, but $100 gets you 2. Now, if it's 100 Canadian, it might not. I don't know. But $100 gets you 1 song, and then anytime we go over 100 on dollar amount. Yeah, T-ball is the best. Watch my son play T-ball. Really, I am truly blessed. It's a great age. I just can't get enough of watching him. He's just great. Oh, look at this, Clayton. Thanks for the buck, man. Always appreciate it. I am very blessed. Very lucky. He's a great kid. He makes me very happy. And his mom, he makes her very happy too. He's funny. He ran to third base and he did a twist and jumped on the bag and then high-fived his coach. It's funny. He's great. He's already becoming a showman. He's really good. It's amazing. All right. Oh, Candy, thanks for being a member. Appreciate it. Really do. Oh, do you hear this? Like my neck. Stiff? It's making noise? Neck's not supposed to make noise. It's not supposed to do that. I'm pretty sure your neck's not supposed to. I don't know. What do I know, though? Very little. What is going on? Well, that comes from becoming 42. Can we confirm other people that that have turned 42? Just weird creaking sound. Ava Rice ain't live? I don't think he's right here. But I don't know if he's live.
Live right here on Normal America with Rob Noerr. You'll have Avarice in the back.
Old Joe, $20 says Rob Noerr fans, please donate to Steel's Drum Whip Song Fund in honor of Hank's T-ball success. Now it's $200 in a single donation to create a new song. Thank you, Old Joe, though. I appreciate it. So $200.
I put it across the screen. You didn't read it though. He asked how much it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now wait. I can do something though. It's a good night. So let's see if I could do this. I think I could give memberships for free. I don't know. Let's see if I can figure this out. This is always watching me navigate YouTube's always okay, let's see. Membership gifting. Yeah. Who we got? King Blackout, Tom Brewer, Grimdoc, Tim Waters, and Tyler. Look at that. I can do it again. Bam! Z-Man, Charles, Cyber Dawn, Long-Haired Yeti, and Darlene Watts. Look at that. Yeah, the Creeper's not chatting. I always forget about the Creepers. They're great. The Creepers are great. Bam, bam. Hey, what's your current month's RPM for live streams on Rumble per 1,000 views? RPM? I don't know what that means. Replays per minute? I don't know what you're asking me, Casey. I'm a boomer. Black Rob, what am I doing up late? I don't know. Combined donos? That's outrageous. Let the illegal immigrants sympathy basis. Outrageous. It's a financial question. Yeah. I'm assuming Casey's then going to be like, you could pay for bots or something. Not interested. Yeah, Andrew's been doing a ton of streams, hasn't he? Yeah. I don't know. I would say I usually, when I'm doing a live stream on my channel, I usually on Rumble have on average 40 to 50 people watching. When I do the extravaganza on the Crucibles channel, though, we do pretty good. Usually a few thousand people watching there. Revenue per million. Yeah. Have a good night, old Joe. Always appreciate it, man. All right. We are 9% away from 300%. But that's okay. We're going to wrap up one more time. It's already thanked everyone. One more time, I'll ask for prayers for Charlie Kirk and his family. We do need more whip songs. Is that true? I don't know. I'm satisfied myself, but no. How much to make 300%? I don't know. I could do math on that. My new phone. Where's my calculator app? Is it just gone? Where's the calculator? Oh, no, that's an app that I want. There we go. Is that right? I'm getting... I think it's like $33. Yeah, it's 33, I think. But don't quote me. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You can get a thank you from me. Thank you, Buddha Customs. I did it. I figured that out with math. I'm a bit of a dabble in the maths myself. You know. Well, Joe, $20. Let's keep up the good work, friend. Hope this gets you closer to 300. Thank you. It definitely does. Always appreciate it, old Joe. It's always great to hear from you. Kyle Swam the Now gives $3. Thank you. Crucible Crusader does not give $10.
So I would say we're $10 away. I was trying to grift it.
I was like, huh? $46.93. I don't. So you guys that are converting, bless you, because I was talking about this today. Did you all, when you had math class in high school, were your math teachers like giving you, like, once you got into like algebra and trigonometry and stuff, did they give you like real world applications? Because I feel like most of my math teachers didn't. They weren't like, hey, by the way, if you're a carpenter, you'll actually use these angles and shit. We never did that. And I brought that up. I was like, you know, I was talking to my wife at dinner tonight. I was like, I feel like I would have been more interested in math if that happened. And my wife was like, that's how they did it in my school. And I was like, oh, well, there you go. It is racist. Daniel Graves gets us to 300%. Man, Daniel has been crushing it. $20. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Daniel. Amazing. And then old Joe, $10. His rub was there when I needed an ear. I can't do it, but someone donated $100. Thank you, old Joe. I appreciate it. Bobby Ballbag says, give us the real world applications of auctioneering. Let's say you had some annoying guy that keeps donating money, asking you to speak fast. You'd be able to speak fast and tell him to eat shit because you don't need to listen to anymore. It's like you're dancing monkey. You don't want to do it. You want to just talk about politics. Instead, all you have to do is sit here and play whip songs. Something like that. That would be, carpenters know. Math all day, every day. Yeah. Thank you, guys. We did it! And now I'm $13 away from another whip song, but I'm happy to leave it on the table. They said not everyone will have a calculator in the future. Most of my math teachers, though, in fairness, it's not that they weren't good, but most of them were women. So I don't know that they were like, oh, if you're trying to put a roof on, it probably didn't seem practical to them. All of my history teachers were men, and all the math teachers were women. I don't know if that's weird. No, Disney. No. It was Disney. Nexus, thank you, man. Doing the math for me. Bernie Sanders. Oh, man. It's funny you should mention Bernie Sanders. I was giving him the business about Graham Platner, and then he called in.
Hello, it is me, Bernie Sanders. I am once again asking you to donate money to Normal America with Robert Noerr. The oligarchy must be defeated. The only millionaires and billionaires that are acceptable are me and Normal America with Robert Noerr. Once more, we ask you to donate money so that Robert, much like me, never has to work a real job. Help me in defeating the oligarchy. Donate to Normal America with Rob Noerr. And I will go buy a new pair of mittens in my third lake house, which is modest, and fly on my private plane, which I have to do. Donate Normal America.
Thanks, Bernie. It's real nice to have these socialists. Kyle Swimden out, $2. Thank you. Nikki from the block, $10 says get to 100, but I could do 10. Love you up. Thank you, Nikki. And Bobby Ballbags gives 2. And wouldn't you know it, that puts us over another whip song. Look, sometimes I have a feel for it. I surprised that as much was donated tonight, but I am shocked that we played one more. I just did not. I thought it was time. This will surely be the end. That's fine.
Not wrong, Rob.
Yeah. Grunge metal punk. Okay.
Where there's a way, where there's a web, where there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Last says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way. 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 Right, left, where there's a will, there's a way, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
All right. Guys, thank you so much. It's been a tremendous stream. Lowly Black Hebrew Israelite. Oh my goodness. Tomorrow, 5:30, unless something changes, I should be on the extravaganza. Then we'll be right back here at 10 at night. Is the plan. I'll wait for a couple minutes. $89 to go. No, I think it's 99. Yeah. It's 2 a.m. in my neck of the woods. Now, luckily, I don't believe I have anything to get up for. You want me to tell you a shameful secret? I'll tell you a shameful secret. I'm going to tell it at 2 a.m. because I think I'll be okay. And I'm hoping that the person this is about's not going to rewatch this video. My neighbor is a very cool guy. I like him a lot. Sometimes he watches me. And I lied to my neighbor here recently. And I didn't want him to find out, so I didn't want to tell you. So let me explain what happened, because it has something to do with what I have to do tomorrow. I lied. Now I'm in a bit of a spot. He was having some trouble with his mower, so I volunteered to mow his front yard for Memorial Day. And then I mowed his front yard a couple times after that. But his backyard was getting very high. And so his son was outside, and I mowed the front yard with my precious zero-turn bad boy lawnmower. And I was like, hey, I'll mow the backyard too. I don't care. I'll do it real slow. No problem. And he was like, yeah, you don't have to worry about it. And I was like, no. And I started mowing, and he's like, be careful, though, because we were working on a car and the grass was so high, there might be some parts or something. Within 5 seconds of him saying that, I ran over something and my mower just starts smoking like a mother effer. And so I'm assuming what happened was a chain or something got caught up in the blade. So now I was going to try to jack it up, but my father-in-law is going to bring a hoist over. He has a little hoist. And when I ran into my neighbor, I was like, yeah, my mower got screwed up. And I didn't want to say in your yard. So I lied and said, in my yard. I was mowing my yard. Now, the moral of the story is you try to do something nice and then you fuck up. That's classic me. It's like, that's not you, Bobby. But I didn't want him to feel bad because it's not his fault at all. His son told me to be careful. And so when he was like, what happened to the mower? I didn't want to say, oh, I screwed it up mowing your yard. So I said, I screwed it up mowing my yard. I had something in the bottom of my yard. So I hope tomorrow. Now it's supposed to rain like crazy, but I'm hoping tomorrow that I could get that jacked up and look at it. Balder Asregard gives 100 somethings. My goodness, thank you. Thanks, Nexus. I appreciate that as well. I try. Look, we're gonna keep pushing forward too. Try our best to win elections. We are. So 311%. That was a band, right? 311. I remember them. We already did the Disney song, Wade. For the new mower blade. Yeah. Well, hopefully, I hope it's just the blade. I'm pretty sure it's just the blade. If it's something wrong, I can't imagine what it would be other than the blade mechanism. It's still moving. When I shut the blade off, it wasn't smoking. So hopefully it's just something with the mechanism with the blade. Are we not men? Piss your pants, are we not men? Prove it. So I hope my neighbor's not listening at 2 a.m. I'm assuming he's in bed. He, unlike me, has to get up and do things. He's a great guy, though. So if you are watching, sorry I lied to you. But I'm very happy to be his neighbor. He's a very good guy. Yeah, I had the mower as high as possible. I did. So I don't know what it was. But all right. We're $89 away. I don't think we're going to get there. So we're going to end the stream. Yeah, it was a white lie. My neighbor's a good dude, though. He's the type of dude in a heartbeat. He is a very cool guy. He served the military. He's quite the outdoorsman. And I'm always like he's be like, people threaten you online. He's like, just waiting for a chance. Someone comes into the neighborhood, threaten you, just let me know. Waiting for a chance. Got some new toys. I'm like, nah, I'm good, bud. That's the way it is where I'm at. You have a whole village that would try to whoop your ass if you messed with someone, you know? Bakester, $10 says you probably need to replace the spindles and the blades attached to. That's what I'm thinking. So in the meantime, I'll be push mowing. Ah, Balder Azergard gives 200 somethings. Thank you. Look at that. That's like $20. Only $68 away. See, how do you do this? Like the special characters there. I don't even know how to do that. It's all Greek to me. I don't know. I don't know, though. I like mowing. It's supposed to rain like crazy all week anyway, so I don't know. Oh, they're Norwegian crones. All right. I didn't know that. Yes, we did lose. We lost the World Cup. Back to cheering for my Pirates. You know? All right. Fresh, nothing like a freshly mowed lawn. The smell of it, the smell of a freshly mowed lawn. I love my little yard. I only have like quarter of an acre or something. I love it. I absolutely love it. Like my son's little uh, playhouse we put out there. And unfortunately, ever since we built it, it's like most of the days it's either been like 90 something degrees, so it's so hot you're like, I hardly want to be outside, or it's raining. So I'm really hoping here next week that we get some time to just hang out in the yard. Oh, look at this. Old Joe, $100. Now that's actually, because we count the Canadian 100 as 100. So that's actually two. 100 for the $100, and it took us over 1,200. My goodness. Thank you so much. What a legend. And then Nikki from the block, $10 says, here's $10, but you have to destroy Blind Brian again. Rob. You don't want to debate me anymore. He be running. Your dad made you mow when you were 6? Oh, I was older than that. I was probably 11 when I started mowing. All right, here we go. We have 2 of these. Werb says, losing the World Cup is a good thing. It proves your country is not the most effeminate. Trippy too. All right. one more. Why do I have a bad feeling? I just have a bad feeling. Don't be stupid. This one's dumb. It's pretty annoying, if I remember correctly.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. You don't wanna go to work today, but the Lord of the life says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
We did it. We did it. My goodness. You like the lyrics on that one? Yeah. Pretty good. Ugh. All right. I am jamming tonight. Are we good? I do love and appreciate you all. I really do. I really do. Yeah, $88 to go. Bedtime sounds reasonable. You know, sleeping's good. Austin Hall's song. No freebies tonight. My goodness. We're entering 2:30 a.m. I haven't played the Austin Hall one in a while. I'll have to dig it up. I don't even know if I have it in the new computer. We'll find it. Oh. Austin, who did this? Oh, I'm sorry, old Joe. I'll look it up. I'll play it for you one of these days I see you on. I don't know that I brought it over from my old computer. So I'll have to go to Suno and find it. And I got like 40 pages on Suno. All right. Old Joe, thank you so much. So again, thank you to everyone who donated. I already said all my thank yous and stuff. So I appreciate you all. I think we're still rating over to Teriak. So without further ado, I think we'll head over there. So thank you so much, everyone. We already did that, Caleb. So go harass Teriak. He'll enjoy it. I'll see you all tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Crucible's Rumble channel for the extravaganza, and then right back here at 10 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow night. Thanks so much, everyone. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.